bring you the latest developments. We are seeing the visuals as the Bengal governor has landed in Delhi to meet our president to discuss the law and order situation in Kolkata and at the state in large, in concerns to the women's safety as well. Viewers, we also have Harsha joining us live from Delhi. Harsha, could you please tell us what is happening on the ground level? And as we know that the Bengal governor has landed in Delhi to meet President Murmu with regards to the case. So could you tell us what can we expect from all of these developments?
So yes, Governor of the West Bengal, C.V. Ananda Bose, will be landing in New Delhi today on Tuesday, and he has back-to-back appointments in the national capital. First, the meeting with President, which is very important. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose sought an appointment with President Draupadi Murmu to consult on the rape and murder and the present situation, deteriorating law and order situation of West Bengal, and also how the safety and dignity of the women of West Bengal could be restored. Regarding all this, there will be consultation with President Draupadi Murmu, and the timing is between 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning, with when West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose will be meeting President Draupadi Murmu. Not only this, the governor is all set to meet Home Minister Amit Shah as well on the entire situation. On Monday also, Governor clearly stated about the situation, that the situation in West Bengal is degenerating, and it is very shocking that the women of the state are not safe here, and Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, have completely failed to ensure that the women of the state are protected under the law and order situation under our own administration, and that is the reason why he's here back to back to meet President Draupadi Murmu and HM Amit Shah. We also have seen like how not only the BJP but the opposition party also back to back attacked Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee by stating that now Mamata Banerjee should take the responsibility for deteriorating law and order and resign from the position of Chief Minister of Bengal. Not only BJP but CPIM, which is also the part of India Alliance, also made a statement that Mamata Banerjee should step down from her chair. So right now what we are learning is that Ananda Bose, C.V. Ananda Bose, who's the West Bengal governor, will be meeting HM and President Draupadi Murmu in national capital today. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Harsha. Breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, which has been hit by 4 back-to-back earthquakes across the state, and no loss of life has been reported so far, and the epicenter is likely to be centered around North Kashmir. 4 back-to-back earthquakes were reported across parts of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir. No loss of life has been reported as of now, and the epicenter is likely to be in North Kashmir. Viewers, we also have Republic TV's reporters Arava joining us from Baramulla, Gursimran from Jammu, and Zeena joining us from Srinagar. So Arava, coming first to you, could you tell us what's happening? What developments could you share with us at this point?
Yeah, we have seen in the North Kashmir that the back-to-back jolts felt and people are still moving to the safer places in the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir, as we have seen back-to-back jolts felt. Also, there are some reports that the minor damage to property is being reported from the various locations from the North Kashmir's Baramulla and other nearby districts, and we have seen that the Jammu and Kashmir police, SDRF and other administration has activated in the Jammu and Kashmir's parts of the in districts in the Kashmir where they are accessing there is no report of any human loss, but yes, there is reports of various property damage in the parts of Kashmir, and people are still coming out from their homes and they are moving to safer locations in the North Kashmir's parts. Yes.
Thank you, Aravat. Gursimran, what information do you have as well?
See, as per the National Center of Seismology, there have been reports of two earthquakes that have taken place. First has been reported in the Baramulla district. It is at the depth of 15 km, while the second one is at the depth of 10 km. That is what the National Center of Seismology has reported. And the magnitude is somewhere between 4.8 to 4.9. And prima facie, the reports that are emerging that the impact has been limited to the South Kashmir and to some parts of Central Kashmir. There has not been any reports of widespread damage that has taken place as per the UTDRF, which is the disaster relief force of the Jammu and Kashmir. They have not got any emergency calls from rest of the Jammu and Kashmir, at least for now. But there are apprehensions that there will be some more earthquakes that will follow after the major earthquake that has taken place, and that's why they are on the standby. But for now, at least, there is no loss of life, which is a sigh of relief for the administration as well as the people. But yes, back-to-back two earthquakes have taken place as per the National Center of Seismology, which are ranging between 4.8 to 4.9 and with epicenter in the North Kashmir's Baramulla.
Zeenat, could you, thank you Gursimran. Zeenat, could you tell us, as Gursimran also mentioned, that Jammu and Kashmir is on standby, so no loss of life has been reported as of now, but could you tell us how prepared is Jammu and Kashmir with, in terms of earthquakes that have hit back-to-back today?
See, as per the Department of Meteorology, it is 4.9 on the Richter scale that has been registered as of now, and the earthquakes two in number were reported from the Baramulla where the epicenter was, and it was also some tremors were felt in Srinagar as well. Some 2 to 3 second tremors were felt, although the people did not come out from their homes because it was at a very limited period in Srinagar, in Baramulla, North Kashmir, where the main epicenter of the earthquake is. The people were seen coming out as it shook the entire earth. But as of now, no property damage or the loss of life has been reported from the Srinagar. And still we are seeing the reports are surfacing as the department is continuously monitoring the entire situation. 4.9 from the Richter scale has been registered as of now as far as the two earthquakes in Kashmir Valley is concerned.
Thank you so much, Zeenat. So next up is the Karnataka land scam. The High Court has granted some temporary relief to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. However, the Congress party has made matters worse, with Congress MLC Ivan D'Souza openly issuing threats of a Bangladesh-like protest, attacking the Raj Bhavan. Take a look at this report.
As Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah faces heat in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority scam after the governor's not to prosecute him, the Congress has hit the streets against the governor. In fact, Congress MLC Ivan D'Souza threatened a Bangladesh-like protest. Congress MLC Ivan D'Souza openly issued a warning to attack the Raj Bhavan.
ನೋಡಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅನವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ತಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಹಾಗೆತನವನ್ನು ತೀರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ತಪ್ಪನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗೆ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದು ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಎನ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಇದೆ, ಕೂಡಲೇ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಅವರು ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಹೋಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬಾಂಗ್ಲಾದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯಿತೋ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಆಫೀಸಿಗೆ, ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಮನೆಗೆ ನುಗ್ಗತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿಯೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮಾನ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಏನಾದಿದ್ದರೆ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಅವರ ಕೂಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರು ರಾಜಭವನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತೊಲಗಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ರಾಜಭವನ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟ ಖಂಡಿತ. ರಾಜಭವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಆದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ಮತ್ತು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನೇರ ಹೊಣೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವುದನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ.
Meanwhile, in some temporary relief to Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka High Court said that no proceedings shall be conducted against the Chief Minister until his plea against the governor is heard. Justice M. Nagaprasanna passed the interim order after hearing the arguments of senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi for Siddaramaiah. Arguing against him was Solicitor General Tushar Mehta for governor. The case will be heard on August 29th at 2:30 p.m.
A CRPF inspector was martyred following a terrorist attack on a joint party of the CRPF and a special operations group of Jammu and Kashmir police in Udhampur district. A A CRPF inspector was martyred following a terrorist attack on a joint party of the CRPF and the Special Operations Group of the J&K Police in the Udhampur district. Viewers, we have Gursimran joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, could you tell us what the Udhampur encounter developments are looking like at this moment, as we know that the CRPF inspector was martyred as part of the encounter? Could you tell us more?
Yes, it was yesterday afternoon, roughly around 3, when the area domination party with the 1.5 section of the CRPF, along with the 10 Jawans from the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they were carrying out the area domination patrol from the forward areas, the dense forested areas of the Basantgarh towards the Dudu area. It is in the chill post. They were heading towards that site, and when the terrorists, those were hiding in the area, a part of a ambush by the terrorists, they saw the CRPF inspector Kuldeep Kumar heading towards the chill post side. They opened the fire. We are told that in the initial fire there has been injuries to the CRPF inspector, to which he succumbed later. There has been exchange of fire. At least 30 to 40 rounds is as per the reports that have been fired from both the sides, but the terrorists have managed to escape from the area. This has been the modus operandi of these Pakistani terrorists, that they carry out the ambush attack and then they escape from the spot. Now the searches have been launched in the area, but this is really concerning. Back-to-back ambush attacks taking place on the security forces. The terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed has claimed the responsibility of this attack and have warned of more such attacks, which shows that the terror group's highly trained terrorists, they are still active in the Udhampur, Kathua and the Doda districts, and they are carrying out back-to-back attacks. This attack comes at a time when we are day 1 to the notification, because today the notification for the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir was to be issued, and a day prior a terror attack has been carried out, which shows the frustration of the Pakistani terrorists and the directions from their handlers that they want to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir. They want to send a message that all is not well in Jammu and Kashmir. But yes, the security forces have launched a massive manhunt, but a brave heart of the Central Reserve Police Force have made the supreme sacrifice while fighting with the Pakistani terrorists that are still active in the area. Now we are told that the senior officials, including the SSP Udhampur and the Deputy Inspector General of the Udhampur Riyasi range, they are already camping in Basantgarh police station, charting out the strategy to neutralize these terrorists that are still active in the area.
Thank you so much, Gursimran, for those crucial inputs. With the Mamata government under the cosh over the RG Kaur rape and murder horror, the people across walks of life are coming out against her like never before. The ruling Trinamool Congress launched a vicious counter-attack, turning up the heat on the protesters to hide its glaring failures in the case. A typically loudmouth TMC MLA threw a counterpunch at the protesters, threatening to break fingers raised against the Chief Minister. Watch this report.
As protesters on the streets piled on the heat on the floundering Mamata government, the ruling Trinamool Congress threatened the voices chanting justice for Abhaya. TMC MLA and Cooch Bihar strongman Udayan Guha exhorted party supporters to identify the fingers being raised against the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and break them. Not stopping at this, he directed a crass, sexist comment at the women who are out on the streets of Kolkata and elsewhere for Abhaya. The TMC Neta, who is no stranger to controversies, said he had never before seen women protesters clad in jeans and sporting short, cropped hair. He also questioned the CBI's track record in taking cases to their logical end. Guha said the agency, which couldn't retrieve Tagore's stolen novel or close the Narada sting operation case, was dragging the RG Kaur probe to harass leaders of the ruling party. In another shocker, the MLA said that the police were deliberately targeted during the storming of the Arjikar campus so that they are forced to open fire, triggering more protests on the streets. Meanwhile, the CBI probe into the rape and murder horror picked up pace on Monday. The sleuths conducting a 3D laser mapping of the emergency ward that reduced to ruins during the ransacking of the Arjikar campus. The CBI also received the court's nod to conduct a polygraph test on arrested accused Sanjay Roy and former Arjikar principal Sandeep Ghosh. As the protests over Arjikar spreads like wildfire, the TMC now threatens to alienate the very people who put them in power by brazening it out. Is a rattled Mamata regime threatening people at its own peril?
The anger over the Arjikar horror is mounting, and the clarion calls for justice. The rape and murder case has now taken the shape of an active cover-up.
जो क्रिमिनेशन घाट का बारे में बोलता है, श्मशान घाट के बारे में, उधर 3 बॉडी पड़ा हुआ था, लेकिन उसका पहले ही हमारा लड़की का बॉडी जला दिया गया.
One cover up after the other. A new can of worms every day. And yet, 11 days on, there's still no sign of justice for Abhaya. The country is seething. The anger is justified because the case is not just of rape and murder. 12 years after the horrific Nirbhaya case, what happened to the 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata has struck the conscience of the nation. Inconsistencies have marred the investigation. Right after Dr. Goswami spoke about the gang rape horror on Republic's debate,
we are from the very beginning doing the whistles that there is every possibility of involvement of more than one man in this heinous rape and murder case. And when we received the autopsy report from the victim's family, then we have interpreted it, we have explained it to all, including the media. That's what is written there.
he and Dr. Sarkar were sent summons. One day later, the summons have been retracted.
অমুকের নামে কাগজ আসছে, অমুকের নামে সমন আসছে, তারপরে আরও একটা ধিক ধিক করে অশান্তি তৈরি হয়। তারা কথাবার্তা বলুক, তারা ইনফর্মালি সেমি ফর্মালি এনগেজ করুক, কিন্তু এই যে ব্যাপারগুলো যেটা ধীরে ধীরে খালি আগুনের মধ্যে ফোঁটা ফোঁটা কেরোসিন তেল ঢালা হচ্ছে, এটা আমাদের বন্ধ করতেই হবে। আমরা কোনো চিকিৎসককে সমন দিয়ে ডাকার ব্যাপারটাকে আমরা সমর্থন করিনি এবং আমরা আশা রাখি তারা আজকে আমাদের কাছে মোটামুটি সিনসিয়ারভাবে কথাবার্তা বলেছেন এবং আমার মনে হয় সেটা হয়তো তারা সম্মান করবেন।
The inconsistencies in the investigation and the consistency of cover-up is what is raising several eyebrows that there is something more than meets the eye.
হসপিটাল থেকেই ফোন করা হয়েছিল যে আমরা আরজিকর হসপিটাল থেকে বলছি আপনার মেয়ে অসুস্থ, তো তখন এটুকু বলে লাইন কেটে দিয়েছেন। তারপর তখন আমি ফোন করি যে আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে, আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে, তো উনি বলেন আমি তো ডক্টর নই, ডক্টরের কাছে নিয়ে যাচ্ছি, ডক্টরই বলবেন কি হয়েছে, আপনারা আসুন। আমরা সাথে সাথেই পৌঁছেছি, গাড়ি নিয়ে যতটা টাইম লাগে। তারপর আমাদের বসিয়ে রেখেছে, দেখতে দেয়নি। তারপর ডিপার্টমেন্টে বসে রয়েছি, 3টের সময় আমাদের দেখতে দিয়েছে। না, আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়ের এই অবস্থা দেখে কেউ বলবে না সুইসাইড করেছে, মানে তাকে দেখলেই বোঝা যাচ্ছে কেউ তাকে খুন করে ফেলেছে। তখন তো আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়েটাকে অনেক কষ্ট করে ডাক্তার বানিয়েছিলাম, এরা আমার মেয়েকে খুন করে ফেলেছে, আমি তখন বলে দিয়েছি। উনি আমাদের সঙ্গে কোনো সহযোগিতা করেননি, বরং কেসটা মানে পুরো যাতে তাড়াতাড়ি করে মিটিয়ে দেওয়া যায় সেই চেষ্টাই করছিলেন। যেরকম তাড়াতাড়ি পোস্টমর্টম হয়ে যাবে, তাড়াতাড়ি বডি নিয়ে পুড়িয়ে দেবেন, এরকম চেষ্টা।
The Arjikar hospital horror has now taken the shape of an active cover-up. The big question is, What is the Mamata Banerjee government trying to hide?
Lots more coming up, but first up, security forces conduct search operations in Manipur's hilly areas and recover arms, including mortar shells and fuse primer.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Supreme Court is going to hear the Abhaya rape and murder case today at 10:30 a.m. Three-judge bench led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud to hear the matter. Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose lands in Delhi to meet President Murmu to apprise President about the declining law and order and deteriorating safety for women. After CBI records statements of ex-principal of RG Hospital, Ghosh to undergo polygraph test today. Security forces conduct search operations in Manipur's hilly areas and recover arms, including mortar shells and fuse primer. CRPF inspector martyred in terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur, search operations underway. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has announced that Israel has accepted a proposal aimed at bridging gaps in the ceasefire and hostage release negotiations with Hamas. Blinken's announcement follows critical discussions with Israeli leaders. Here's a report.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken stated that Israel has accepted a proposal to bridge differences holding up a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza.
Just last week, the president put forward a proposal with Qatar and with Egypt to try to bridge the gaps that remain between the parties so that we could get agreement to what the president put out there a couple of months ago. In a very constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, he confirmed to me that Israel accepts the bridging proposal.
This decision was put out by Antony Blinken after his discussions with the ministers in Tel Aviv.
הייתה לי היום פגישה טובה וחשובה עם מזכיר המדינה בלינקן. אני מאוד מעריך את המאמצים שארצות הברית משקיעה בהגנה אזורית מול הציר האיראני. זה חשוב כמובן למדינת ישראל.
He also called on Hamas to do the same, without specifying whether it had addressed the concerns cited by the terrorist group. Blinken, during his visit to Tel Aviv, also held meetings with Israeli Defense Minister and President Herzog. This marks Blinken's 9th urgent mission to the Middle East since the start of the Israel-Hamas conflict. Mediators, including the United States, are working to conclude a ceasefire agreement. During his visit, Blinken emphasized that it is time to finalize a ceasefire agreement that would secure the release of hostages held by Hamas. This will also bring a relief to Palestinians suffering after over 10 months of devastating fighting in Gaza Strip. Blinken's visit comes amid fears that the conflict could escalate into a broader regional war following the killing of top 2 militants in Lebanon and Iran. Meanwhile, Blinken described the meeting with the Israeli president as a decisive moment.
This is a decisive moment. Probably the best, maybe the last opportunity to get the hostages home, to get a ceasefire, and to put everyone on a better path to enduring peace and security. I'm here as part of an intensive diplomatic effort on President Biden's instructions to try to get this agreement to the line and ultimately over the line. It is time for it to get done. It's also time to make sure that no one takes any steps that could derail this process. And so we're working to make sure that there is no escalation, that there are no provocations, that there are no actions that in any way could move us away from getting this deal over the line.
Israeli president highlighted the ongoing terror attacks from the past 24 hours.
In the last 24 hours, we've witnessed ongoing terror attacks by Palestinian terrorists. We have suffered the loss of Gideon Perry, a 38-year-old father of 3, husband, a lover of music, who went to work in a plant, and one of his pals in the working place decided to murder him simply because he's a Jew and an Israeli. A very great tragedy. Last night we've witnessed a suspected major terror attack in Tel Aviv, which is under investigation.
Blinken told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that this is the best or maybe the last opportunity to conclude a deal to end the fighting. Mediators are set to meet again this week in Cairo to work towards a ceasefire. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Tel Aviv on Sunday with an agenda to seal a ceasefire deal.
Vietnam's President To Lam is in Beijing for meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. This trip underscores Vietnam's commitment to strengthening its relationship with China. The two leaders emphasized their shared vision for a future community between their nations.
Vietnam's President To Lam met with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing. After a state welcoming ceremony, the two leaders held official talks. Where both ministers reaffirmed their goal of building a community with a shared future.
我愿同你建立良好工作关系和个人友谊，共同引领中越命运共同体建设走深走实。
Tôi và ban lãnh đạo cấp cao Đảng, Nhà nước Việt Nam rất mong muốn cùng đồng chí Tổng Bí thư Chủ tịch nước Trung Quốc Tập Cận Bình và ban lãnh đạo cấp cao Đảng, Nhà nước Trung Quốc không ngừng vun đắp truyền thống hữu nghị, tiếp tục làm sâu sắc và nâng tầm quan hệ đối tác hợp tác chiến lược toàn diện, xây dựng cộng đồng chia sẻ tương lai Việt Nam Trung Quốc có ý nghĩa chiến lược theo định hướng 6 hơn đã được Cố Tổng Bí thư Nguyễn Phú Trọng và đồng chí xác định.
Xi Jinping emphasized that China views its relations with Vietnam as a priority in its neighboring diplomacy.
中方始终将越南作为周边外交优先方向，支持越南坚持党的领导，走符合本国国情的社会主义道路，深入推进革新开放和社会主义现代化事业。
To Lam supported Xi's proposal for closer ties, expressing a desire to continue the traditional friendship.
Việt Nam ủng hộ mạnh mẽ và tin tưởng chắc chắn dưới sự dẫn dắt của đồng chí Tổng Bí thư Chủ tịch nước Trung Quốc Tập Cận Bình, nhân dân Trung Quốc sẽ xây dựng thành công chủ nghĩa xã hội đặc sắc Trung Quốc, phát triển đất nước hùng cường thịnh vượng phát huy vai trò quan trọng đối với hòa bình, hợp tác và phát triển ở khu vực và trên thế giới.
Tolam's 3-day visit follows his recent confirmation as General Secretary of Vietnam's Communist Party, the country's highest political position. During the visit, the leaders witnessed the signing of 14 agreements and memoranda of understanding between China and Vietnam. These agreements aim to enhance cooperation in industry, railway links, trade, finance, health, and media.
Tensions are high in Mexico City as federal court employees go on strike in response to the proposed judicial reforms. Here's a detailed look at the situation. Unionized court employees have put chains and locks on the courthouse gates, taking strong stance against the proposed reforms. They argue that the changes would threaten their working conditions, benefits, and salaries. Here's a detailed report.
In Mexico City, federal court employees voiced their opposition to proposed judicial reforms. Demonstrators gathered in front of Federal Courthouse San Lazaro. Unionized court employees have put chains and locks on courthouse gates. They argue that the changes would threaten their working conditions, benefits, and salaries.
Si el Poder Judicial necesita reformarse, no es a través de una reforma por voto popular, pero tampoco faltando al respeto a los derechos de los trabajadores del Poder Judicial Federal. Es indudable que su reforma no respeta esos dos motivos y es la circunstancia por la cual hoy estamos aquí, y la importancia de estar aquí es precisamente para eso. Nosotros tenemos estudios, preparación, y durante años hemos trabajado en esa circunstancia. Y el que no se respete esa carrera judicial, por supuesto que es una transgresión a nuestros derechos laborales. Y por la otra, el 10º transitorio de la reforma está previniendo en su segundo párrafo incluso la quita de prestaciones a las que ya tenemos derecho, a las que hemos adquirido durante muchos años, como son fondos de ahorro, fondos de retiro.
The strike has disrupted operations at several courthouses, affecting the daily proceedings and access for the public. President Andrés Manuel López Obrador has responded to the strike.
Estamos en contra de los trabajadores de México. Nosotros estamos en contra de la corrupción y de los privilegios. Y hay corrupción y hay privilegios en el Poder Judicial y los trabajadores lo saben.
As tensions continue, police have been deployed to monitor the situation and ensure that the protests remain peaceful. The Federal Courthouse, San Lazaro, stands as a focal point of the dispute, witnessing the ongoing struggle between judicial reform and the rights of court employees.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A shooting at a gathering in Baltimore has left one person dead and 7 others wounded. Officials stated that multiple people opened fire after 8 p.m. Sunday in East Baltimore. The shooting occurred on a block near a park but was not confined to a small area. Law enforcement officers were seen searching for evidence in the rain behind the basketball court bleachers. In the capital of Haiti, residents are taking a stand amid a deepening crisis. Thousands have flooded the streets, demanding urgent action from the government to address the rampant gang violence that is gripping their city. Here's a detailed report.
Hundreds of residents took to the streets in Port-au-Prince, demanding better security amidst a worsening gang violence. Protesters marched through the capital, calling for action as violence continues to escalate.
Nous sortis pour combattre l'insécurité. Ça fait insécurité, nous pas voulons, nous-mêmes nous demander pour ça changer.
Police used tear gas against protesters as they set up barricades with burning tires. The demonstration was sparked by recent attempts from gangs to take control of the hillside neighborhood of Solino.
N'a pour contre l'État, n'a pour contre l'ambassade américaine, n'a pour contre le secrétaire d'État américain, n'a pour contre OEA, n'a pour contre l'ONU, n'a pour contre l'Union européenne, n'a pour contre chaque grain oligarque corrompu qui prend pose de ces bourgeois qui pensent yo ka aider nous garder pour chaque grain zami marqué Made in USA.
These gangs are seeking to dominate a key route in the city, including the road to Port-au-Prince International Airport. Gang control remains a severe issue despite promises from the newly appointed Prime Minister. The Prime Minister promised to prioritize security, along with the deployment of 400 Kenyan police officers to assist. Since last year, gangs have increasingly targeted Solino, displacing many residents. In February alone, around 165,000 Haitians were forced to flee their homes due to surge in violence. As of now, there have been no official reports of deaths or injuries from the latest violence. However, the ongoing crisis continues to strain the capital's already fragile security situation.
Torrential rains have devastated Oxford, Connecticut, turning streets into rivers of mud and debris. The intersection of Laughlin Road and State Highway Route 34 bore the brunt of the flooding. Here's a report with all the details. Take a look.
Torrential rains have wreaked havoc in Connecticut, turning streets into rivers of mud and debris. The intersection of Laughlin Road and State Highway Route 34 was heavily impacted. The visuals on your screens highlight the severe flooding that has overwhelmed the area. In the aftermath, Lieutenant Colonel of the Connecticut State Police delivered some heart-wrenching news.
Yesterday, it was reported that 2 women were swept away by floodwaters in the town of Oxford. 2 individuals have been located today, and it's believed that the recoveries were of the individuals witnessed and reportedly swept away by floodwaters. At this difficult time, our thoughts were with the family of the deceased.
Fire chief detailed the dramatic rescue attempts that failed due to powerful currents of the Little River.
2 parties that were swept away by the rising water. One of them was earlier in the afternoon. Firefighters were on scene attempting to get the victim from the vehicle. When a rash of water came in, the vehicle shifted, the firefighter fell down, the victim fell down, got swept down the river. A second firefighter trying to attempt that rescue went down.
In fact, the floodwater overflowed into a restaurant, forcing customers and staff to evacuate as the water reached knee level. The Little River, a normally calm waterway, turned into a deadly torrent, claiming the lives of 2 Oxford residents. First Selectman George Temple spoke of the town's shock and sorrow as they coped with the aftermath of the flood. Listen in.
This is a tragic and devastating day for Oxford. We have this morning recovered 2 bodies in Little River. They were both women, and they're, as I understand it, they're both Oxford residents. I don't think our town is used to flash floods, and a lot of people did the absolute wrong thing, which was try to drive through without knowing what was on the other side. But our prayers and thoughts go out to the families of these 2 women.
As the cities begin the long process of recovery, the community faces the challenge of rebuilding and healing. The intense storm that struck the region was separate from Hurricane Ernesto, but its impact was felt severely.
A CRPF inspector was martyred after terrorists opened fire on the security forces during operational area domination patrol that was being carried out in the chill post area of the Dodu area of Basantgarh in Udhampur, after which the senior officers have reached the spot and a massive search operation is underway. Stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
بنابراین در ارتباط با
تنبیه متجاوز به حاکمیت و تمامیت سرزمینی جمهوری اسلامی ایران طبیعی است که دولت ایران مبتنی بر منشور و حقوق بین الملل حق ذاتی دارد و در این زمینه قاطع عمل خواهد کرد. به دوستان خود در واقع گفتیم که ما به دنبال تشدید تنش در منطقه نیستیم، از تلاش‌های توأم با حسن نیت برای برقراری آتش بس حمایت می‌کنیم، در عین حال بر حق ذاتی جمهوری.
As the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games approach, the Paralympic Village is set to welcome athletes from around the globe. This year, accessibility and inclusivity are at the forefront, ensuring that all athletes can compete and live comfortably. Let's take a closer look at what's in store.
In Saint Denis, just outside Paris, preparations are in full swing at Paralympic Village, which will host 180 delegations and 4,400 athletes for the upcoming Paralympic Games. Every aspect of the village has been tailored to meet universal accessibility standards, with public spaces, roads and crosswalks designed for wheelchair users and those with mobility challenges.
The Paralympic Village was actually already prepared to welcome the athletes Paralympic before we created the Olympic Village. So all the public spaces are ready to welcome them because it was made also for the legacy for after the games. And so we only had to make some changes in a few services regarding mobility, for example, in installing more micro-mobility services and device so that they will have a better possibility to move inside the village even if they are in a wheelchair.
Each delegation will have its own building, ensuring a sense of comfort for the athletes. To facilitate movement within the village, electric vehicles are available to shuttle athletes and delegations.
What is just amazing, like Disneyland World, is everything take care of the accessibility content before, with many examples. If you are in the apartment, you can go directly outside without a ramp. You can go with your wheelchair, and in more than that, everything is accessible. In the dining hall, you have a different solution to put your plate in the table, and in more than that, you have play gaming accessible for person we want to use a different gaming user in the specific room. Everything is in legacy. That is very important. In France, you have never seen a quarter like that. Everyone can live everywhere, can go everywhere with a wheelchair. I use it everywhere in the village during Olympic and now during Paralympic, because everything is without step. You have another floor you can take easily.
Understanding the needs of Paralympic athletes, a dedicated repair center has been established on site by Autobok. This facility will ensure that any necessary repairs to prostheses and wheelchairs can be carried out quickly.
Une des particularités importantes des Jeux paralympiques, c'est l'utilisation de prothèses, de fauteuils roulants et d'orthèses. Et donc, éventuellement, il peut y avoir de la casse ou des difficultés pour pouvoir la mettre vraiment à niveau pendant les Jeux. C'est pour ça qu'il y a un centre de réparation des prothèses, des fauteuils roulants et des orthèses d'Autoboc, qui est un des partenaires des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques, qui vient spécialement au village pendant les Jeux paralympiques. C'est environ 2000 réparations pendant l'intégralité des Jeux paralympiques, soit 200 par jour.
Spanning an area equivalent to 70 soccer pitches. The Paralympic Village is equipped and all designed to support athletes during the Games. As the Games approach, the focus on accessibility and legacy is clear. The Paralympic Village sets a new standard for inclusivity, ensuring that all athletes can thrive. The Paris 2024 Paralympic Games will take place from August 28 to September 8.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Belarusian tennis player Arina Sabalenka defeated Polish tennis player Iga Swiatek 6-3, 6-3 in their semi-final match during Cincinnati. This is the first time Sabalenka has beaten Iga in straight sets out of their 12 meetings. After the match, Sabalenka stated that she was thrilled with her performance but is now focusing on staying in the moment and doing her best every time she plays. Sabalenka's quick and powerful play on the hard court helped her dominate the match. It's time for a short break, but we'll be coming up with lots of developments. We're tracking the Supreme Court, which is going to hear the Abhaya rape and murder case today at 10:30 a.m. The three-judge bench led by Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, will be hearing the matter.
आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें। मानवता की यही पुकार, महिलाओं का हो सत्कार, मानवता की यही पुकार, महिलाओं का हो सत्कार। We want justice, we want justice, we want justice, we want justice. आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें। अध्यक्ष जी, कल रात जो घटना घटी वो रात्रि 9:30 बजे की है और महिला अकेली नहीं थी, उसके साथ उसका पुरुष मित्र भी था। तो ना तो घटना देर रात की है और ना लड़की अकेले थी। 23 बरस की फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट महिला 9:30 बजे एक बस में बैठती है द्वारिका जाने के लिए और अंदर जो बैठे हैं उनमें से कोई भी यात्री नहीं है। वो एक तरह का नापाक इरादा लेकर बैठे हैं। वो उस महिला के साथ छेड़खानी करते हैं। उसका
A shooting at a gathering in Baltimore has left one person dead and 7 others wounded. Officials have stated that multiple people opened fire after 8 p.m. in East Baltimore. The shooting occurred on a block near the park but was not confined to a small area. Law enforcement officers were seen searching for evidence behind the basketball court bleachers amid the rains.
At least one was reported dead while 7 others suffered critical injuries following a shooting at a gathering in Baltimore. The police say multiple people opened fire during the event.
This evening, just after 8 p.m., officers received multiple calls for a shooting to the 1300 block of Spring Street. Once on scene, officers located multiple male victims and one female victim suffering from gunshot wounds. At this time, we have 8 confirmed victims. One individual was pronounced deceased, 36-year-old male. Preliminarily, the victims range in age from 22 to 45.
The condition of those wounded is stable now. A manhunt has been launched to nab the perpetrators.
Security forces conduct search operations in Manipur's hilly areas and recover arms including mortar shells and fuse primer.
हम लोग मोहन बगान ईस्ट बंगाल बाद में पहले भारतीय, एक भारतीय नारी के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ है। इस अत्याचार जो कोई वर्ड नहीं है इस अत्याचार को एक्सप्लेन कर सके। मोहन बगान और ईस्ट बंगाल का जो फ्लैग है उसके ऊपर पाद फोड़ के चला गया। हम इस पुलिस प्रशासन 2 दिन पहले आप देखे आजकर में जो कांड हुआ, ये लोग उन लोग का डर में बातों में बैठ गया था। तो ये लोग क्या है, क्या करेगा, एक राज्य को कैसे संभालेगा, संतास को कैसे संभालेगा। ये लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकता, सिर्फ किसी का तरफदारी कर सकता है। इन लोग को चले जाना चाहिए, अपने मन का अंदर से रेजिग्नेशन देकर चला जाना चाहिए इन लोग को।
ये लड़ाई सिर्फ ईस्ट बंगाल मूनबान की नहीं है, ये पूरा भारतीय का लड़ाई है। ये आपका एक लड़की के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, हम लोग का जो फेमस डर्बी है, जो इतना सालों से मूनबान ईस्ट बंगाल का पूरा दर्शक यहाँ पे आके जमा होता है, खेला एंजॉय करता है, वो रातों रात बंद कर दिया। ऊपर से हम लोग के ऊपर जो भी आ रहा था यहाँ पे सबका ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया।
बांग्लादेश में जो सनातनियों पर जिस तरह से अटैक्स हो रहे हैं उस पर अपना विचार व्यक्त करें।
जहाँ सनातन धर्म की बात आएगी, हिंदुओं की बात आएगी, उनके लिए हम बिल्कुल पक्ष लेकर के खड़े हुए हैं कि हमें सनातन धर्म और हिंदू धर्म की रक्षा के लिए सबको एक साथ एक आवाज़ उठाना चाहिए।
इस धर्म की रक्षा के लिए, आत्मरक्षा के लिए वर्तमान स्थिति में सभी हिंदू समाज के सज्जनों को संगठित होना बहुत 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 आवश्यक है।
Abhaya's parents believe Mamata Banerjee and her entire system is trying to put a lid on the campaign for justice for Abhaya. Mamata Banerjee, you have to answer whether or not the principal of the college was an individual who often hobnobs with leaders of the Trinamool Congress off and on. Why the CCTV footage is yet to be released? When you are the Home Minister and the police report directly to you, what were you personally doing, Ms. Mamata Banerjee, to secure the crime scene? And if you're not responsible for anything, then why are you the Home Minister? Resign! If you're not responsible for anything, why are you the Chief Minister? Resign! Give up your portfolios, give up power, give up your arrogance.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for
staying with Republic. You're watching live this morning at 8. I'm Suesha Sawant. Our focus on all the top stories, but most importantly, as we keep an all-eye view on what happens next as the nation seeks justice for Abhaya. Remember, in the latest development, we understand that the West Bengal governor is all set to meet President Murmu today. We'll bring you up to speed with the latest. First, a quick check of the headlines. Supreme Court to hear Abhaya rape and murder case today at 10:30. Three-judge bench led by CJI D.Y. Chandrachud to hear the matter. Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose lands in Delhi to meet President Murmu to apprise the president about declining law and order and deteriorating safety for women in West Bengal. After CBI records the statements of the former principal of RG Kar Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh is to undergo a polygraph test today. Security forces conduct search operations in Manipur's hilly areas and recover arms including mortar shells and fused primer. CRPF inspector martyred in terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. Search operations underway. And first up, we get you details of how a three-judge bench that will be led by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud is all set to hear the Abhaya case in the Supreme Court today. In fact, this crucial hearing that marks a significant step in the ongoing judicial process. Remember, it was the Supreme Court itself that had taken cognizance of the matter, and now at 10:30 is when the top court will hear all the details that have come in so far. As far as a misled initial probe, and also the very fact that the Kolkata High Court had pulled up the Mamta government, saying that not enough insurance was given to the doctors, and not just that, even how the probe had really been misled in the start. Also, a mention of the laxities of the Kolkata police. And today at 10:30 is when the top court is to hear the matter. Let me cut across to Jatin, who has been tracking the story on the ground, to take us through the details of what's expected will happen at court today. Jatin, quickly to recount that the CBI, of course, has been investigating, and they are recording statements. We all understand that some information that did come out in public domain was false information also, and the very fact that the initial probe, that was certainly misled, and that is confirmed. Now today, when the matter is heard in the top court, what's expected?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, सबसे पहले सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई जो है वो शुरू होगी। उसमें सबसे पहले यही देखा जाता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को एक नोटिस इशू कर देता है, कोलकाता पुलिस को भी नोटिस इशू किया जा सकता है, साथ ही सीबीआई को भी नोटिस इशू किया जा सकता है। हालांकि इस बात के भी चांसेस थोड़े ज्यादा है, जो सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं कि सीबीआई अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो अपनी एक रिपोर्ट है वो दे सकती है, बता सकते हैं कि उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन किस ओर चल रही है। और शायद यही कारण था कि पहले साइकोलॉजिकल टेस्ट जो है वो मुख्य आरोपी संजय रॉय का करवाया गया, और उसके बाद आज नार्को की कराने की जो प्रक्रिया है वो शुरू कर दी जाएगी। तो संभवतः जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी वो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ब्रीफ सीबीआई की तरफ से की जा सकती है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि ममता गवर्नमेंट ने इस पूरे मामले में जो कुछ कार्रवाई की, उसको लेकर जो प्रोटेस्टर्स हैं, डॉक्टर्स हैं, रेजिडेंट डॉक्टर्स हैं, वो खुश नहीं है, और यही कारण है कि प्रोटेस्ट अभी भी कोलकाता की सड़कों पर, अस्पतालों में अभी भी चल रहा है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो थ्योरी कोलकाता पुलिस की थी, उसको ना ही विक्टिम फैमिली मानने के लिए तैयार है, ना ही जो सड़कों पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं वो मानने के लिए तैयार है। और यही कारण है कि पूर्व प्रिंसिपल संदीप घोष पर जो एलिगेशन लग रहे थे, उसको लेकर कल एक नोटिफिकेशन भी सामने आ गया, जिसमें ममता सरकार ने एसआईटी का गठन कर दिया ताकि फाइनेंशियली जो भी आरजीकर अस्पताल में स्कैम हुए हैं उसकी जांच की जाएगी और 1 महीने के अंदर रिपोर्ट देना होगा। तो आप इसी बात से अंदाजा लगाइए कि एसआईटी का गठन तो किया गया, लेकिन रिपोर्ट कब देनी है? 1 महीने बाद, तो कहीं ना कहीं लोग इस बात को लेकर आश्वस्त नहीं है और यही कारण है कि पहले कोलकाता हाई कोर्ट ने सो मोटो लेते हुए जो हिंसा हुई 14-15 तारीख को आर्जिकर अस्पताल में, उसको लेकर खुद से ही सुनवाई करना शुरू किया और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी सो मोटो लेकर जो आज की तारीख दे दी गई थी और आज जो सुनवाई है वो शुरू की जाएगी। अब देखना होगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रुख क्या रहता है। क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रुख से जो प्रोटेस्टर्स हैं वो खुश रहेंगे या नहीं रहेंगे, वो भी आज देखने वाली बात रहेगी। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Oh yes, absolutely, Jatin, and it is extremely important to what the top court observes in this particular case. Of course, we understand that today, when the hearing resumes, the shape that it takes is something we will wait and watch. In the meanwhile, another important development that is set to take place today. Yes, West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose, who is in the national capital, and he is scheduled to meet with President Draupadi Murmu. In fact, this meeting that is expected to address key issues in the state of West Bengal, especially when it comes to the collapsing law and order and the lack of safety of women. Cutting across to Harsha, who joins us live on the broadcast. Harsha, take us through the details of this meeting and what is likely to be discussed, because as far as the state of West Bengal is concerned, especially when we are talking about women-related cases and how they have been at the receiving end, it is not just about the Kolkata horror and what happened at the RG hospital, but even Sandesh Khali and several other incidents that have been happening in Cooch Behar and across that need to be addressed in the larger perspective.
You've rightly pointed out, Swesha, not only the Arjikar Medical Hospital incident, but yes, the Cooch Behar, North 24 Pargana, and also Sandesh Khali, Basir Ghat. In the span of 1 year, we have seen the deteriorating law and order situation and how the women of the state don't feel protected much more under Mamata Banerjee's regime. That is what everybody has been talking about. And as you rightly mentioned, West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose is right now in national capital. And Swesha, we are reporting from right outside West Bengal guest house only, where C.V. Ananda Bose is staying. He arrived in national capital late night yesterday, and today he's all set to meet President Draupadi Murmu and also Home Minister Amit Shah to apprise about the deteriorating law and order condition in the state of West Bengal. Also, he will be consulting President on the present situation of West Bengal, and also would be seeking advice that what could be done to restore the dignity and how to protect the women in the state which are not anymore feeling secure. Also, when Ananda Bose met earlier the resident doctors in the Arjikar Medical Hospital and University, all the resident doctors spoke about that there's no safe zone in the hospital. Women are protesting outside, but on 15th August, the vandalism which was witnessed in the hospital, which clearly indicates that the law and order has completely vanished and no more in the state of West Bengal. And that is the reason why Ananda Bose, the West Bengal governor, is here. We are getting to know at around 9 o'clock, governor will be leaving with his in his cavalcade towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The timing which has been given from the President House is around 9 o'clock. Around 9:15 is the meeting time, and then later in the day, around 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, he will be meeting Amit Shah as well. It's very important because the demands is being there's a continuously demands which is being raised not only from the side of BJP but opposition as well, Swesha, that is a high time that Mamata Banerjee should take the responsibility of the incident and also step down from the position of Chief Minister. Back to you.
Oh yes, and that certainly is a growing demand. Harsha, do stay on with us as we also give our viewers a quick sense of the developments so far. This on that very important day when the top court is to hear the matter at 10:30, and of course Governor also to meet with President Murmu on the Kolkata horror. A quick lead up to what has happened so far in this report.
जो क्रिमिनेशन घाट का बारे में बोलता है, श्मशान घाट के बारे में, उधर 3 बॉडी पड़ा हुआ था, लेकिन उसका पहले ही हमारा लड़की का बॉडी जला दिया गया.
One cover up after the other. A new can of worms every day. And yet, 11 days on, there's still no sign of justice for Abhaya. The country is seething. The anger is justified because the case is not just of rape and murder. 12 years after the horrific Nirbhaya case, what happened to the 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata has struck the conscience of the nation. Inconsistencies have marred the investigation. Right after Dr. Goswami spoke about the gang rape horror on Republic's debate,
we are from the very beginning doing the whistles that there is every possibility of involvement of more than one man in this heinous rape and murder case. And when we received the autopsy report from the victim's family, then we have interpreted it, we have explained it to all, including the media. That's what is written there.
he and Dr. Sarkar were sent summons. One day later, the summons have been retracted.
অমুকের নামে কাগজ আসছে, অমুকের নামে সমন আসছে, তারপরে আরো একটা ধিক ধিক করে অশান্তি তৈরি হয়। তারা কথাবার্তা বলুক, তারা ইনফর্মালি সেমি ফর্মালি এনগেজ করুক, কিন্তু এই যে ব্যাপারগুলো যেটা ধীরে ধীরে খালি আগুনের মধ্যে ফোঁটা ফোঁটা কেরোসিন তেল ঢালা হচ্ছে, এটা আমাদের বন্ধ করতেই হবে। আমরা কোনো চিকিৎসককে সমন দিয়ে ডাকার ব্যাপারটাকে আমরা সমর্থন করিনি এবং আমরা আশা রাখি তারা আজকে আমাদের কাছে মোটামুটি সিনসিয়ার ভাবে কথাবার্তা বলেছেন এবং আমার মনে হয় সেটা হয়তো তারা সম্মান করবেন।
The inconsistencies in the investigation and the consistency of cover-up is what is raising several eyebrows that there is something more than meets the eye.
আমার হসপিটাল থেকেই ফোন করা হয়েছিল যে আমরা আরজিকর হসপিটাল থেকে বলছি আপনার মেয়ে অসুস্থ, তো তখন এটুকু বলে লাইন কেটে দিয়েছেন। তারপর তখন আমি ফোন করি যে আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে, আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে, তো উনি বলেন আমি তো ডক্টর নই, ডক্টরের কাছে নিয়ে যাচ্ছি, ডক্টরই বলবেন কি হয়েছে, আপনারা আসুন। আমরা সাথে সাথেই পৌঁছেছি, গাড়ি নিয়ে যতটা টাইম লাগে। তারপর আমাদের বসিয়ে রেখেছে, দেখতে দেয়নি। তারপর ডিপার্টমেন্টে বসে রয়েছি, 3টের সময় আমাদের দেখতে দিয়েছে। না, আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়ের এই অবস্থা দেখে কেউ বলবে না সুইসাইড করেছে, মানে তাকে দেখলেই বোঝা যাচ্ছে কেউ তাকে খুন করে ফেলেছে। তখন তো আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়েটাকে অনেক কষ্ট করে ডাক্তার বানিয়েছিলাম, এরা আমার মেয়েকে খুন করে ফেলেছে, আমি তখন বলে দিয়েছি। উনি আমাদের সঙ্গে কোনো সহযোগিতা করেননি, বরং কেসটা মানে পুরো যাতে তাড়াতাড়ি করে মিটিয়ে দেওয়া যায় সেই চেষ্টাই করছিলেন। এরকম তাড়াতাড়ি পোস্টমর্টম হয়ে যাবে, তাড়াতাড়ি বডি নিয়ে পুড়িয়ে দেবেন, এরকম চেষ্টা।
The Arjikar hospital horror has now taken the shape of an active cover-up. The big question is, what is the Mamata Banerjee government trying to hide?
And needless to say that the TMC is feeling the heat of the widespread protests and the criticism that is coming their way in the Kolkata horror rape and murder case. But instead of taking control of the situation, they rather go on to threaten people. That is what a TMC MP did. He went on to say that whosoever criticizes Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee or says anything wrong about her, his fingers will be broken. Here's what happened.
As protesters on the streets piled on the heat on the floundering Mamata government, the ruling Trinamool Congress threatened the voices chanting justice for Abhaya. TMC MLA and Cooch Bihar strongman Udayan Guha exhorted party supporters to identify the fingers being raised against the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and break them. Not stopping at this, he directed a crass, sexist comment at the women who are out on the streets of Kolkata and elsewhere for Abhaya. The TMC Neta, who is no stranger to controversies, said he had never before seen women protesters clad in jeans and sporting short, cropped hair. He also questioned the CBI's track record in taking cases to their logical end. Guha said
the agency which couldn't retrieve Tagore's stolen novel or close the Narada sting operation case was dragging the Arjikar probe to harass leaders of the ruling party. In another shocker, the MLA said that the police were deliberately targeted during the storming of the Arjikar campus so that they are forced to open fire, triggering more protests on the streets. Meanwhile, the CBI probe into the rape and murder horror picked up pace on Monday. The sleuths conducting a 3D laser mapping of the emergency ward that reduced to ruins during the ransacking of the Arjikar campus. The CBI also received the court's nod to conduct a polygraph test on arrested accused Sanjay Roy and former Arjikar principal Sandeep Ghosh. As the protests over Arjikar spreads like wildfire, the TMC now threatens to alienate the very people who put them in power by brazening it out. Is a rattled Mamata regime threatening people at its own peril?
And we shift our focus to what is happening up north, where a CRPF inspector was martyred following a terrorist attack on a joint party of the CRPF and the Special Operations Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police. This happened in the Udhampur district, and unfortunate as one CRPF Jawan was martyred. Let's get more details from Gursimran, who joins us live on the broadcast to take us through what had happened, Gursimran, because it was a joint operation that was being conducted. What followed?
See, it was a joint operation. It was actually an area domination party of the CRPF along with the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police that was going towards the chill post area in the Dudu area of Udhampur district. And when the terrorists, those who were hiding somewhere in the hills, they saw the area domination party of the joint forces, they fired upon the party, in which one brave heart of the CRPF, Inspector Kuldeep Kumar from the 187th Battalion of the CRPF, he was the one who was leading this area domination party, and he was hit by a bullet and later succumbed to his injuries. Now a large-scale operation has been launched by the security forces in the area, but since this is the same area of the Basantgarh where we saw the start of the terror attacks taking place on 28th of April when a VDG member was killed, and since then there has been a spate of terror attacks in the Jammu region. The Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists are believed to be behind this attack, as they have claimed the attack. Now the security forces are going corner to corner, every nook and corner, to neutralize these terrorists. But the main concern remains to be that another ambush attack that has been carried out by the terrorists, they have been successful, as the security forces, they were hit and the terrorists managed to escape from the area. The operations are on in the area, but yes, with a day to the notification that is being issued today for the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir, this attack clearly shows the frustration of the Pakistan and the terrorists that are still inside the Indian hinterland, that they do not want the peace and they want to destabilize the elections that are to take place in days to come. And the security forces and the senior officials, they are also brainstorming on the new strategy that can neutralize these terrorists. Suesha.
All right, Gursimran, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we keep coming back to you for further updates. As we also now shift our focus to the preparation that is underway in Jammu and Kashmir, bracing for the polls, which, remember, is the first after the abrogation of Article 370. Now, even as back-to-back meetings are happening when it comes to the NC or the PDP, the NC has now released its manifesto where it has made a controversial promise, and that is that they will bring back Article 370. Now, the BJP has come down heavily on them, saying that they are just making false promises to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Take a look.
The first volley ahead of the much anticipated Jammu and Kashmir assembly polls was fired by the National Conference as it came out with its manifesto on Monday. Unveiling the manifesto for the three-phased elections starting September 18th, former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah promised to restore Article 370 to the erstwhile state. Raising the hackles in the power corridors at the centre, the National Conference leader also promised to work towards restarting dialogue with Pakistan. Omar, meanwhile, denied any talk with the Congress over a possible alliance for the assembly elections.
कांग्रेस हमें किसी और से बात करने पे मजबूर नहीं कर सकती। हम उन लोगों से बात करेंगे जिनसे हम बात करना पसंद करते हैं। कांग्रेस किससे बात करना चाहेगी वो उन तक है। हमारी अभी कांग्रेस से कोई बात अभी शुरू हुई नहीं है, हमें बात करने दीजिए कांग्रेस के साथ। कांग्रेस ने अभी तक हमसे पीडीपी के बारे में कोई बात नहीं की और हमने कांग्रेस में हाईएस्ट लेवल पे बात की है।
The BJP came out all guns blazing at the national conference over its poll promises, accusing it of fooling the people. The BJP said any decision on restoring Article 370 to Jammu and Kashmir and restarting dialogue with Pakistan, if at all, lies entirely with the centre.
वो धारा 370 और 35A जिसको पार्लियामेंट ने जो है उसको निरस्त कर दिया है और माने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी इन्होंने सारा अपना केस भी लड़ा और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बेंच ने जिस तरीके से उसको निरस्त किया उसके बावजूद भी ये इस प्रकार की बात कहते हैं, तो ये जो है लोगों को सिर्फ बेफूल करने की, उनको बेवकूफ़ बनाने की ही इनकी कोशिश है। दूसरा, ये पाकिस्तान से जो बात करने की बात कर रहे हैं, पाकिस्तान की बात कर रहे हैं, भाई आप को कौन पूछेगा बात करने के लिए? ये तो हमारी फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री का प्रेरोगेटिव है।
As the poll bandwagon rolls into the valley, what's evident from the NC's manifesto is that while Jammu and Kashmir has moved from Article 370, their politics is stuck in the days prior to August 5th, 2019.
And the all-out allegations of corruption in the Muda scam that stare at Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Now, while the Congress has taken the legal route and the High Court has granted temporary relief to the Karnataka Chief Minister, the Congress has made it worse. One of the Congress MPs who went on to threaten people and said that if it is Siddaramaiah who is made the target, then there could be Bangladesh-like protests in Karnataka. Here's what happened.
As Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah faces heat in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority scam after the governor's not to prosecute him, the Congress has hit the streets against the governor. In fact, Congress MLC Ivan D'Souza threatened a Bangladesh-like protest. Congress MLC Ivan D'Souza openly issued a warning to attack the Raj Bhavan.
ನೋಡಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನ ಮೇಲೆ ಅನವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ತಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಹಾಗೆತನವನ್ನು ತೀರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ತಪ್ಪನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗೆ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದು ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಎನ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಇದೆ, ಕೂಡಲೇ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಅವರು ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಹೋಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬಾಂಗ್ಲಾದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯಿತೋ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಆಫೀಸಿಗೆ, ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಮನೆಗೆ ನುಗ್ಗತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿಯೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮಾನ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಏನಾದಿದ್ದರೆ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಅವರ ಕೂಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರು ರಾಜಭವನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತೊಲಗಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ರಾಜಭವನ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟ ಖಂಡಿತ. ರಾಜಭವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಆದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ಮತ್ತು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನೇರ ಹೊಣೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವುದನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ.
Meanwhile, in some temporary relief to Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka High Court said that no proceedings shall be conducted against the Chief Minister until his plea against the governor is heard. Justice M. Nagaprasanna passed the interim order after hearing the arguments of senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi for Siddaramaiah. Arguing against him was Solicitor General Tushar Mehta for governor. The case will be heard on August 29th at 2:30 p.m.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim arrived in New Delhi for an official 3-day visit to India at the invitation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as both countries continue work on exploring initiatives to further strengthen bilateral relations that were elevated to an enhanced strategic partnership in 2015. This is the Malaysian Prime Minister's first visit to India since taking office in November 2022. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break, but we'll be back on the other side with the very latest and, of course, what's making news across the globe. Stay tuned.
4 back-to-back earthquakes
Tremors felt in Jammu and Kashmir, parts of Baramulla and other neighboring districts. There are reports of some property damage in the various locations of Jammu and Kashmir. We will get you all the details. Keep watching the Republic TV.
بنابراین در ارتباط با تنبیه متجاوز به حاکمیت و تمامیت سرزمینی جمهوری اسلامی ایران طبیعی است که دولت ایران مبتنی بر منشور و حقوق بین الملل حق ذاتی دارد و در این زمینه قاطع عمل خواهد کرد. به دوستان خود در واقع گفتیم که ما به دنبال تشدید تنش در منطقه نیستیم، از تلاش‌های توأم با حسن نیت برای برقراری آتش بس حمایت می‌کنیم، در عین حال بر حق ذاتی جمهوری اسلامی ایران در استیفای حقوق خود و تنبیه متجاوز و ایجاد بازدارندگی در مقابل
बांग्लादेश में जो सनातनियों पर जिस तरह से अटैक्स हो रहे हैं उस पर अपना विचार व्यक्त करें।
जहाँ सनातन धर्म की बात आएगी, हिंदुओं की बात आएगी, उनके लिए हम बिल्कुल पक्ष लेकर के खड़े हुए हैं कि हमें सनातन धर्म और हिंदू धर्म की रक्षा के लिए सबको एक साथ एक आवाज़ उठाना चाहिए।
इस धर्म की रक्षा के लिए, आत्मरक्षा के लिए वर्तमान स्थिति में सभी हिंदू समाज के सज्जनों को संगठित होना बहुत 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 आवश्यक है।
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Supreme Court is all set to hear Abhaya rape and murder case at 10:30 today. 3-judge bench led by CJI D.Y. Chandrachud to hear the matter. Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose lands in Delhi to meet President Murmu to apprise the president about declining law and order and deteriorating safety for women in West Bengal. After CBI records statements of former principal of RG Kar Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh is to undergo a polygraph test today. Security forces conduct search operations in Manipur's hilly areas and recover arms, including mortar shells and fuse primer. CRPF inspector martyred in terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur, search operations underway. And then we now get you details as US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has announced that Israel has accepted a proposal aimed at bringing gaps in ceasefire and hostage release negotiations with the Hamas. Blinken's announcement follows critical discussions with Israeli leaders. Getting you details in this report.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken stated that Israel has accepted a proposal to bridge differences holding up a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza.
Just last week, the president put forward a proposal with Qatar and with Egypt to try to bridge the gaps that remain between the parties so that we could get agreement to what the president put out there a couple of months ago. In a very constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, he confirmed to me that Israel accepts the bridging proposal.
This decision was put out by Antony Blinken after his discussions with the ministers in Tel Aviv.
הייתה לי היום פגישה טובה וחשובה עם מזכיר המדינה בלינקן. אני מאוד מעריך את המאמצים שארצות הברית משקיעה בהגנה אזורית מול הציר האיראני. זה חשוב כמובן למדינת ישראל.
He also called on Hamas to do the same, without specifying whether it had addressed the concerns cited by the terrorist group. Blinken, during his visit to Tel Aviv, also held meetings with Israeli Defense Minister and President Herzog. This marks Blinken's 9th urgent mission to the Middle East since the start of the Israel-Hamas conflict. Mediators, including the United States, are working to conclude a ceasefire agreement. During his visit, Blinken emphasized that it is time to finalize a ceasefire agreement that would secure the release of hostages held by Hamas. This will also bring a relief to Palestinians suffering after over 10 months of devastating fighting in Gaza Strip. Blinken's visit comes amid fears that the conflict could escalate into a broader regional war following the killing of top 2 militants in Lebanon and Iran. Meanwhile, Blinken described the meeting with the Israeli president as a decisive moment.
This is a decisive moment. Probably the best, maybe the last opportunity to get the hostages home, to get a ceasefire, and to put everyone on a better path to enduring peace and security. I'm here as part of an intensive diplomatic effort on President Biden's instructions to try to get this agreement to the line and ultimately over the line. It is time for it to get done. It's also time to make sure that no one takes any steps that could derail this process. And so we're working to make sure that there is no escalation, that there are no provocations, that there are no actions that in any way could move us away from getting this deal over the line.
Israeli president highlighted the ongoing terror attacks from the past 24 hours.
In the last 24 hours, we've witnessed ongoing terror attacks by Palestinian terrorists. We have suffered the loss of Gideon Perry, a 38-year-old father of 3, husband, a lover of music, who went to work in a plant, and one of his pals in the working place decided to murder him simply because he's a Jew and an Israeli. A very great tragedy. Last night we've witnessed a suspected major terror attack in Tel Aviv, which is under investigation.
Blinken told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that this is the best or maybe the last opportunity to conclude a deal to end the fighting. Mediators are set to meet again this week in Cairo to work towards a ceasefire. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Tel Aviv on Sunday with an agenda to seal a ceasefire deal.
Meanwhile, Vietnam's President To Lam is in Beijing for a meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Now, this visit that underscores Vietnam's commitment to strengthening its relationship with China. The two leaders emphasized their shared vision for a future community between their nations. Here's a report.
Vietnam's President To Lam met with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing. After a state welcoming ceremony, the two leaders held official talks. Where both ministers reaffirmed their goal of building a community with a shared future.
我愿同你建立良好工作关系和个人友谊，共同引领中越命运共同体建设走深走实。Tôi và ban lãnh đạo cấp cao Đảng, Nhà nước Việt Nam rất mong muốn cùng đồng chí Tổng Bí thư Chủ tịch nước Trung Quốc Tập Cận Bình và ban lãnh đạo cấp cao Đảng, Nhà nước Trung Quốc không ngừng vun đắp truyền thống hữu nghị, tiếp tục làm sâu sắc và nâng tầm quan hệ đối tác hợp tác chiến lược toàn diện, xây dựng cộng đồng chia sẻ tương lai Việt Nam Trung Quốc có ý nghĩa chiến lược theo định hướng sáu hơn đã được Cố Tổng Bí thư Nguyễn Phú Trọng và đồng chí đã xác định.
Xi Jinping emphasized that China views its relations with Vietnam as a priority in its neighboring diplomacy.
中方始终将越南作为周边外交优先方向，支持越南坚持党的领导，走符合本国国情的社会主义道路，深入推进革新开放和社会主义现代化事业。
Tolam supported Xi's proposal for closer ties, expressing a desire to continue the traditional friendship.
Việt Nam ủng hộ mạnh mẽ và tin tưởng chắc chắn dưới sự dẫn dắt của đồng chí Tổng Bí thư Chủ tịch nước Trung Quốc Tập Cận Bình, nhân dân Trung Quốc sẽ xây dựng thành công chủ nghĩa xã hội đặc sắc Trung Quốc, phát triển đất nước hùng cường thịnh vượng, phát huy vai trò quan trọng đối với hòa bình, hợp tác và phát triển ở khu vực và trên thế giới.
Tolam's 3-day visit follows his recent confirmation as General Secretary of Vietnam's Communist Party, the country's highest political position. During the visit, the leaders witnessed the signing of 14 agreements and memoranda of understanding between China and Vietnam. These agreements aim to enhance cooperation in industry, railway links, trade, finance, health, and media.
Moving on, as tensions are high in Mexico City, federal court employees who go on strike in response to proposed judicial reforms take a detailed look at what the situation is like as unionized court employees have put chains and locks on courthouse gates, taking a strong position against the proposed reforms. They argue that the changes would threaten their working conditions, benefits, and salaries.
In Mexico City, federal court employees voiced their opposition to proposed judicial reforms. Demonstrators gathered in front of Federal Courthouse San Lazaro. Unionized court employees have put chains and locks on courthouse gates. They argue that the changes would threaten their working conditions, benefits, and salaries.
Si el Poder Judicial necesita reformarse, no es a través de una reforma por voto popular, pero tampoco faltando al respeto a los derechos de los trabajadores del Poder Judicial Federal. Es indudable que su reforma no respeta esos dos motivos y es la circunstancia por la cual hoy estamos aquí, y la importancia de estar aquí es precisamente para eso. Nosotros tenemos estudios, preparación, y durante años hemos trabajado en esa circunstancia. Y el que no se respete esa carrera judicial, por supuesto que es una transgresión a nuestros derechos laborales. Y por la otra, el 10º transitorio de la reforma está previniendo en su segundo párrafo incluso la quita de prestaciones a las que ya tenemos derecho, a las que hemos adquirido durante muchos años, como son fondos de ahorro, fondos de retiro.
The strike has disrupted operations at several courthouses, affecting the daily proceedings and access for the public. President Andrés Manuel López Obrador has responded to the strike.
Estamos en contra de los trabajadores de México. Nosotros estamos en contra de la corrupción y de los privilegios. Y hay corrupción y hay privilegios en el Poder Judicial y los trabajadores lo saben.
As tensions continue, police have been deployed to monitor the situation and ensure that the protests remain peaceful. The Federal Courthouse, San Lazaro, stands as a focal point of the dispute, witnessing the ongoing struggle between judicial reform and the rights of court employees.
And next we get you details of a shooting that happened in Baltimore where unfortunately one person died and several others were injured in this next news alert.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone.
Yes, a shooting
brand.
at a gathering in Baltimore that left one person dead, 7 others wounded. Officials stated that multiple people opened fire at 8 p.m. Sunday in East Baltimore. The shooting occurred on a block near a park but was not confined to a small area. Law enforcement officers were seen searching for evidence in the rain behind basketball court bleachers. And moving on, in the capital of Haiti, residents are taking a stand amid a deepening crisis. Thousands have flooded the streets, demanding urgent action from the government to address the rampant gang violence that is gripping their city. Here's that report.
Hundreds of residents took to the streets in Port-au-Prince, demanding better security amidst a worsening gang violence. Protesters marched through the capital, calling for action as violence continues to escalate.
Nous sommes ici pour combattre l'insécurité. Ça fait insécurité, nous ne pouvons pas nous demander pour ça changer.
Police used tear gas against protesters as they set up barricades with burning tires. The demonstration was sparked by recent attempts from gangs to take control of the hillside neighborhood of Solino.
Nous avons contre l'État, nous avons contre l'ambassade américaine, nous avons contre le secrétaire d'État américain, nous avons contre l'OEA, nous avons contre l'ONU, nous avons contre l'Union européenne, nous avons contre chaque grain oligarque corrompu qui prend pose de ces bourgeois, qui pense qu'ils aider nous, garder pour chaque grain d'amis marqué Made in USA.
These gangs are seeking to dominate a key route in the city, including the road to Port-au-Prince International Airport. Gang control remains a severe issue despite promises from the newly appointed Prime Minister. The Prime Minister promised to prioritize security, along with the deployment of 400 Kenyan police officers to assist. Since last year, gangs have increasingly targeted Solino, displacing many residents. In February alone, around 165,000 Haitians were forced to flee their homes due to surge in violence. As of now, there have been no official reports of deaths or injuries from the latest violence. However, the ongoing crisis continues to strain the capital's already fragile security situation.
And while torrential rains that have devastated Oxford, Connecticut, turning streets into rivers of mud and debris, the intersection of Laughlin Road and State Highway Route 34 bore the brunt of the flooding. Getting you this detailed report.
Torrential rains have wreaked havoc in Connecticut, turning streets into rivers of mud and debris. The intersection of Laughlin Road and State Highway Route 34 was heavily impacted. The visuals on your screens highlight the severe flooding that has overwhelmed the area. In the aftermath, Lieutenant Colonel of the Connecticut State Police delivered some heart-wrenching news.
Yesterday, it was reported that 2 women were swept away by floodwaters in the town of Oxford. 2 individuals have been located today, and it is believed that the recoveries were of the individuals witnessed and reportedly swept away by floodwaters. At this difficult time, our thoughts were with the family of the deceased.
Fire chief detailed the dramatic rescue attempts that failed due to powerful currents of the Little River.
2 parties that were swept away by the rising water. One of them was earlier in the afternoon. Firefighters were on scene attempting to get the victim from the vehicle. When a rash of water came in, the vehicle shifted, the firefighter fell down, the victim fell down, got swept down the river. A second firefighter trying to attempt that rescue went down.
In fact, the floodwater overflowed into a restaurant, forcing customers and staff to evacuate as the water reached knee level. The Little River, a normally calm waterway, turned into a deadly torrent, claiming the lives of 2 Oxford residents. First Selectman George Temple spoke of the town's shock and sorrow as they cope with the aftermath of the flood. Listen in.
This is a tragic and devastating day for Oxford. We have this morning recovered 2 bodies in Little River. They were both women, and they're, as I understand it, they're both Oxford residents. I don't think our town is used to flash floods, and a lot of people did the absolute wrong thing, which was try to drive through without knowing what was on the other side. But Our prayers and thoughts go out to the families of these two women.
As the cities begin the long process of recovery, the community faces the challenge of rebuilding and healing. The intense storm that struck the region was separate from Hurricane Ernesto, but its impact was felt severely.
A CRPF inspector was martyred after terrorists opened fire on the security forces during operational area domination patrol that was being carried out in the chill post area of the Dodu area of Basantgarh in Udhampur, after which the senior officers have reached the spot and a massive search operation is underway. Stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
بنابراین در ارتباط با تنبیه متجاوز به حاکمیت و تمامیت سرزمینی جمهوری اسلامی ایران، طبیعی است که دولت ایران مبتنی بر منشور و حقوق بین الملل حق ذاتی دارد و در این زمینه قاطع عمل خواهد کرد. به دوستان خود در واقع گفتیم که ما به دنبال تشدید تنش در منطقه نیستیم، از تلاش‌های توأم با حسن نیت برای برقراری آتش بس حمایت می‌کنیم، در عین حال بر حق ذاتی جمهوری اسلامی ایران در استیفای حقوق خود و تنبیه متجاوز و ایجاد بازدارندگی در مقابل یک رژیم تروریستی تأکید داریم و این رو در زمان مقتضی از آن استفاده خواهیم کرد.
Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, as the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games approach, the Paralympic Village that is set to welcome athletes from around the globe. This year, accessibility and inclusivity that are at the forefront, ensuring that all athletes can compete and live comfortably. We get you this report.
In Saint Denis, just outside Paris, preparations are in full swing at Paralympic Village, which will host 180 delegations and 4,400 athletes for the upcoming Paralympic Games. Every aspect of the village has been tailored to meet universal accessibility standards, with public spaces, roads and crosswalks designed for wheelchair users and those with mobility challenges.
The Paralympic Village was actually already prepared to welcome the athletes Paralympic before we created the Olympic Village. So all the public spaces are ready to welcome them, because it was made also for the legacy for after the games. And so we only had to make some changes in a few services regarding mobility, for example, in installing more micro-mobility services and device, so that they will have a better possibility to move inside the village, even if they are in a wheelchair.
Each delegation will have its own building, ensuring a sense of comfort for the athletes. To facilitate movement within the village, electric vehicles are available to shuttle athletes and delegations.
What is just amazing, like Disneyland World, is everything take care of the accessibility content before, with many examples. If you are in the apartment, you can go directly outside without a ramp. You can go with your wheelchair, and in more than that, everything is accessible. In the dining hall, you have a different solution to put your plate in the table, and in more than that, you have play gaming accessible for person who want to use a different gaming user in the specific room. Everything is in legacy. That is very important. In France, you have never seen a quarter like that. Everyone can live everywhere, can go everywhere with a wheelchair. I use it everywhere in the village during Olympic and now during Paralympic, because everything is without step. You have another floor you can take easily.
Understanding the needs of Paralympic athletes, a dedicated repair center has been established on site by Autobock. This facility will ensure that any necessary repairs to prostheses and wheelchairs can be carried out quickly.
Une des particularités importantes des Jeux paralympiques, c'est l'utilisation de prothèses, de fauteuils roulants et d'orthèses. Et donc, éventuellement, il peut y avoir de la casse ou des difficultés pour pouvoir la mettre vraiment à niveau pendant les Jeux. C'est pour ça qu'il y a un centre de réparation des prothèses, des fauteuils roulants et des orthèses d'Autobock, qui est un des partenaires des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques, qui vient spécialement au village pendant les Jeux paralympiques. C'est environ 2000 réparations pendant l'intégralité des Jeux paralympiques, soit 200 par jour.
Spanning an area equivalent to 70 soccer pitches. The Paralympic Village is equipped and all designed to support athletes during the Games. As the Games approach, the focus on accessibility and legacy is clear. The Paralympic Village sets a new standard for inclusivity, ensuring that all athletes can thrive. The Paris 2024 Paralympic Games will take place from August 28 to September 8.
Hello Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And while Belarusian tennis player Arina Sabalenka defeated Polish tennis player Iga Swiatek 6-3, 6-3 in their semi-final match during Cincinnati, this is the first time that Sabalenka has beaten Iga in straight sets out of their 12th meeting. After the match, Sabalenka stated that she was thrilled with her performance but is now focusing on staying in the moment and doing her best every time she plays. Sabalenka's quick and powerful play on the hard court helped her dominate the match. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, Supreme Court is all set to hear the Abhaya rape and murder case today. In fact, the hearing that is set to begin at 10:30. Three-judge bench led by CJI Chandrachud is to hear the matter.
हम लोग मोहन बगान ईस्ट बंगाल बाद में पहले भारतीय, एक भारतीय नारी के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ है। इस अत्याचार जो कोई वर्ड नहीं है इस अत्याचार को एक्सप्लेन कर सके। महात्मा गांधी और ईस्ट बंगाल का जो फ्लैग है उसके ऊपर पाद फोड़ के चला गया। अभी इस पुलिस प्रशासन 2 दिन पहले आप देखे आजकर में जो कांड हुआ, ये लोग उन लोग का डर में बातों में बैठ गया था। तो ये लोग क्या है, क्या करेगा, एक राज्य को कैसे संभालेगा, संतोष को कैसे संभालेगा, ये लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकता।
Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, a new report from SBI economists that says that the challenges and fears about slowing deposit growth, they also label these concerns as a statistical myth, quote unquote. The latest data shows a significant surge in deposits, surpassing credit expansion, and highlights a shift in investment preferences among different demographics. Here's a report.
SBI economists are pushing back against concerns about slowing deposit growth, and the concern was labeled as statistical myth. The SBI report reveals that the deposit growth since financial year 22 has outpaced credit expansion. Deposits have surged by 61 lakh crore rupees, surpassing the 59 lakh crore rupees increase in credit during the same period. This counters the prevailing view that slower deposit growth could undermine the sustainability of credit expansion. Economists stress that the current concern over deposit growth is misplaced, noting that the focus should be on the broader financial ecosystem. A notable trend highlighted that about 47% of term deposits are held by senior citizens, while younger populations turn to higher yielding investments. And this shift has contributed to the apparent slowdown in traditional deposit growth. SBI economists suggest aligning the tax policies of bank deposits with mutual funds and equity markets, proposing that the interest be taxed at redemption rather than on an accrual basis. The report also notes that the Indian banking system has experienced 26 consecutive months of slower deposit growth compared to credit growth. Such similar cycles have lasted between 2 and 4 years, with expectations that the current divergence may end by October 2025. New liquidity guidelines requiring banks to maintain larger buffers could temporarily impact credit growth, highlighting the need for policy adjustments. Public sector banks are noted for their proactive approach in securing low-cost deposits. While deposit growth has slowed compared to credit, the broader financial picture remains robust. Economists advocate for policy changes to better align deposit attractiveness with other investment options, aiming to bolster overall financial stability.
You're watching Republic TV. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose arrives in national capital. He's all set to meet President Draupadi Murmu and also HM Amit Shah in national capital, apprising about the deteriorating and degenerating law and order situation in the West Bengal. You're watching Republic TV. The rolling coverage from national capital to Kolkata, entire day only on Republic. Right now slipping into a short break.
Director, the taste of success.
आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें। मानवता की यही पुकार, महिलाओं का हो सत्कार, मानवता की यही पुकार, महिलाओं का हो सत्कार। आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें। अध्यक्ष जी, कल रात जो घटना घटी वो रात्रि 9:30 बजे की है और महिला अकेली नहीं थी, उसके साथ उसका पुरुष मित्र भी था। तो ना तो घटना देर रात की है और ना लड़की अकेले थी। 23 बरस की फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट महिला 9:30 बजे एक बस में बैठती है द्वारिका जाने के लिए और अंदर जो बैठे हैं उनमें से कोई भी यात्री नहीं है। वो एक तरह का नापाक इरादा लेकर बैठे हैं। वो उस महिला के साथ छेड़खानी करते हैं, उसका पुरुष मित्र रेजिस्ट करता है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live and Breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Top court is all set to hear the Kolkata rape and murder case today. This while parallelly the Central Bureau of Investigation has been carrying out its probe. We'll get you the details of the latest in the probe so far. Let's begin first up with the headlines.
Presenting by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Padho, kuch bano.
3-judge top court bench to hear Kolkata rape and murder case at 10:30 a.m. as clamour for justice grows louder. In the national capital, Bengal governor to meet President Draupadi Murmu today over the law and order situation in West Bengal. RG Kar Hospital's former principal Sandeep Ghosh to undergo polygraph test today. Mamata government constitutes SIT to probe allegations of financial irregularities at RG Kar Hospital. Republic Kannada accesses exclusive visuals of Chief Minister Siddaramaia's house at Muda land scam site. 4 back-to-back earthquakes jolt J&K, no casualties reported, civilians evacuated to safe places.
Presenting by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Padho, kuch bano.
And first up, we begin with exclusive visuals that we've accessed. This of the site belonging to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah linked to the Muda scam investigation. In fact, note, as we speak, we are putting out exclusive visuals of this site which is owned by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. This is the property owned by the Chief Minister linked to the Muda scam investigation. In fact, in just days from now, Chief Minister will be in the national capital to hold talks with the top brass of Congress over the investigation in this whole case, which the governor has sanctioned, the prosecution note that was sanctioned by the Karnataka governor. However, the Karnataka HC for the time being has stayed the prosecution note that was given by the governor. But as we speak, these are the first and exclusive visuals of the house, the property that is owned by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the investigation that dates back to 2011. And a quick look at top stories this morning. Top court has taken suo motu cognizance of rape and murder of the doctor at Kolkata's RG Kar Hospital, a 3-judge bench that is to be led by CJ Chandrachud, will hear the case today. The development comes after Calcutta High Court transferred the probe to CBI, expressing reservations about Kolkata police probe into the case so far. As uproar over rape and murder of trainee doctor grows louder, West Bengal governor has arrived in the national capital to discuss the law and order situation in West Bengal. He will meet President Draupadi Murmu and Union Ministers Amit Shah and JP Nadda. Prime Minister of Malaysia has arrived in India on a 3-day visit. He was received by Minister of State V. Somanna. Vice President of Mauritius, Marie Cyril, is in the national capital to attend the 19th Confederation of Indian Industry, Indian African Business Conclave. Prime Minister Modi is all set to visit Poland tomorrow. This will be Prime Minister's first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in the past 45 years. CPI General Secretary Sitaram Yechury has been admitted to AIIMS. He was first admitted to emergency ward and then shifted to ICU. According to reports, he's now been admitted due to pneumonia. Search operation underway in a region in Udhampur. One CRPF inspector was martyred in the encounter with terrorists after he suffered bullet injuries. And it's been 11 days that the nation has been demanding justice for Abhaya, the 31-year-old doctor who was raped and murdered at a government college in Kolkata. Now note, while the top court is all set to hear the matter today after taking the suo motu cognizance, Republic has accessed the full autopsy report of the doctor, which has gory details of the torture that was inflicted on the 31-year-old doctor. Let's quickly take a look at this graphic representation, which has details of the autopsy report that we've accessed. The autopsy has details of how the hymen of the doctor was torn, clearly indicating that the 31-year-old doctor was subjected to sexual assault. There was 151 grams of thick fluid that was also found from the genitals of the 31-year-old doctor. In fact, the details also show, the autopsy report has details of 185 grams of partly digested food that was also found. Note that the autopsy report has gory details of the injuries that she suffered. In fact, she was tortured to no end. 14 injury marks that have been seen on the deceased body. The dental clips that have also found a mention in this autopsy report that has been released. Both eyes were congested. In fact, there are marks of the torture that was inflicted on her. The lungs were congested. Not just that, note that the hymen, as we just mentioned, was torn, which clearly indicate that she was subjected to utmost torture. There are also details of forced penetration in the autopsy report that we've accessed. The blood clots that have been found in the lungs of Abhaya as well. So very gory details that have been mentioned in the autopsy report. All injuries after death. So 14 injuries that she sustained before she was strangulated to death. Those are the details that the autopsy report has. Let's now take a look at other details. In fact, let's now talk about the cover-up angle here that's in focus. Given that the family has also now spoken out that there was hurried cremation of their doctor, let's take a look at the kind of lapses and cover-up which we are referring to here. The administration in the first place tried to give it a suicide color which is under the scanner as to why and how did the administration give this death a suicide color. Not just that, the 2-hour delay in calling cops, given that this happened while the doctor was on duty. This was during the time while she was supposedly to be on the duty. That is when still there was no report of the doctor missing. Not just that, there was also a 3-hour delay in letting the parents see the body. So the call came in to the parents quite late. Not just that, even when the parents arrived at the hospital. They were not allowed to see their daughter. It was a 3-hour delay in allowing the family to see their daughter. Unnatural death case that was filed, that is also in focus. So several of such lapses which are under scanner at the RJ hospital, given that the police attempted to give this a suicide angle, and hasty cremation, of course, something which the family has been quite vocal about. They say that there were 3 dead bodies that were kept. Despite that, their body, the daughter's body was cremated first, clearly saying that the entire department is involved and that there is a larger conspiracy at play. And lastly, of course, the crime scene that was tampered with. That being said, note this happened on the eve of Independence Day, when there was renovation work which happened very close to the crime scene, something which the CBI is now investigating after the Calcutta High Court transferred the case from the State Police to the Central Bureau of Investigation. That being said, the top court is all set to hear the case today. Let's take a look at this report, which has details of what has been found in the investigation so far.
जो क्रिमिनेशन घाट का बारे में बोलता है, श्मशान घाट के बारे में, उधर 3 बॉडी पड़ा हुआ था, लेकिन उसका पहले ही हमारा लड़की का बॉडी जला दिया गया.
One cover up after the other. A new can of worms every day. And yet, 11 days on, there's still no sign of justice for Abhaya. The country is seething. The anger is justified because the case is not just of rape and murder. 12 years after the horrific Nirbhaya case, what happened to the 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata has struck the conscience of the nation. Inconsistencies have marred the investigation. Right after Dr. Goswami spoke about the gang rape horror on Republic's debate,
we are from the very beginning blowing the whistles that there is every possibility of involvement of more than one man in this heinous rape and murder case. And when we received the autopsy report from the victim's family, then we have interpreted it, we have explained it to all, including the media. That's what is written there.
He and Dr. Sarkar were sent summons. One day later, the summons have been retracted.
অমুকের নামে কাগজ আসছে, অমুকের নামে সমন আসছে, তারপরে আরো একটা ধিক করে অশান্তি তৈরি হয়. তারা কথাবার্তা বলুক, তারা ইনফর্মালি সেমি ফর্মালি এনগেজ করুক, কিন্তু এই যে ব্যাপারগুলো যেটা ধীরে ধীরে খালি আগুনের মধ্যে ফোঁটা ফোঁটা কেরোসিন তেল ঢালা হচ্ছে, এটা আমাদের বন্ধ করতেই হবে. কোনো চিকিৎসককে সমন দিয়ে ডাকার ব্যাপারটাকে আমরা সমর্থন করিনি এবং আমরা আশা রাখি তারা আজকে আমাদের কাছে মোটামুটি সিনসিয়ার ভাবে কথাবার্তা বলেছেন এবং আমার মনে হয় সেটা হয়তো তারা সম্মান করবেন.
The inconsistencies in the investigation and the consistency of cover-up is what is raising several eyebrows that there is something more than meets the eye.
আমি হসপিটাল থেকেই ফোন করা হয়েছিল যে আমরা আরজিকর হসপিটাল থেকে বলছি আপনার মেয়ে অসুস্থ. তো তখন এটুকু বলে লাইন কেটে দিয়েছেন. তারপর তখন আমি ফোন করি যে আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে, আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে. তো উনি বলেন আমি তো ডক্টর নই, ডক্টরের কাছে নিয়ে যাচ্ছি, ডক্টরই বলবেন কি হয়েছে, আপনারা আসুন. আমরা সাথে সাথেই পৌঁছেছি, গাড়ি নিয়ে যতটা টাইম লাগে. তারপর আমাদের বসিয়ে রেখেছে, দেখতে দেয়নি. তারপর ডিপার্টমেন্টে বসে রয়েছি, 3টের সময় আমাদের দেখতে দিয়েছে. না, আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়ের এই অবস্থা দেখে কেউ বলবে না সুইসাইড করেছে, মানে তাকে দেখলেই বোঝা যাচ্ছে কেউ তাকে খুন করে ফেলেছে. তখন তো আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়েটাকে অনেক কষ্ট করে ডাক্তার বানিয়েছিলাম, এরা আমার মেয়েকে খুন করে ফেলেছে, আমি তখন বলে দিয়েছি. উনি আমাদের সঙ্গে কোনো সহযোগিতা করেননি, বরং কেসটা মানে পুরো যাতে তাড়াতাড়ি করে মিটিয়ে দেওয়া যায় সেই চেষ্টাই করছিলেন. যেরকম তাড়াতাড়ি পোস্টমর্টম হয়ে যাবে, তাড়াতাড়ি বডি নিয়ে পুড়িয়ে দেবেন, এরকম চেষ্টা.
The Arjikar hospital horror has now taken the shape of an active cover-up. The big question is, what is the Mamata Banerjee government trying to hide?
And let's also tell our viewers that this is not the first time that this hospital is under the scanner. Republic Media Network's deep investigation has now revealed a long history of mysterious deaths at the RJ Kar Hospital, and it dates back all the way to 2001. This is the Sumitra Biswas death case. She was fourth-year medical student, if reports are to be believed. She was trying to expose a porn ring at this hospital, but her death too was passed off as suicide despite her parents suspecting murder. In fact, 2 years later, 24-year-old house staff Arijit Datta allegedly committed suicide. He reportedly slit his wrist and jumped off the roof. However, no suicide note was recovered. In 2016 as well, Dr. Gautam Pal, the then department head of RJ Kar Hospital, was found dead at his apartment under mysterious circumstances. And 4 years later, 25-year-old Dr. Paulami Saha allegedly committed suicide. But again, no suicide note was recovered. Just a year ago, a 23-year-old boy was found dead, and a case of unnatural death was filed. The cause was reported as drug overdose. However, it seemed quite mysterious. 23 years and 6 mysterious deaths. The question is, what is happening at this government-run medical college, which is once again making headlines for all the wrong reasons. So several such mysterious deaths that have come to light in the past 6 years. The first that dates back to 2001. In fact, this is just the tip of the details that Republic has accessed in terms of the mysterious deaths and the kind of incidents that have come to light from this hospital in the last few years. In 2001, when Sumitra Biswas died, and it was passed off as suicide. In fact, in 2003, Arijit Datta, 24-year-old house staff, also allegedly committed suicide. So several such incidents that have come to light. In fact, no, despite pile of evidence hinting at gang rape, 11 days on, only one arrest has been made so far. It's Sanjay Roy, who is in the eye of controversy, a civic volunteer with Kolkata Police, a part of disaster management group since 2019. He was transferred to police welfare cell and assigned to outpost at the hospital, but despite the bribery charge and extortion racket, despite the grave domestic violence charge, the question is, why was there no action undertaken against him in the past as well? So this is the person, the brute that we're talking about here, Sanjay Roy, who is the only one accused to have been arrested by the state police, despite chilling details, probe details, which point to involvement of more than one in this brutal rape and murder case, which happened at a government college, hospital and medical college in Kolkata. So this is the brute who is in custody. That being said, Sanjay Roy has been a habitual offender. He's been accused of bribery. He's been involved in extortion rackets as well. He's married 4 times, accused of domestic violence, 3 wives left over his abusive nature. Despite that, he was given a job in this government-run hospital. So let's now get you details of another person who is in the eye of controversy. This is the person who is under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation now, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, who's been a surgeon. He's a surgeon and professor of orthopedics. He was employed at as the principal at RJ Kar Hospital and was transferred to another college in just 12 hours after this crime came to light. The question is, why was such hurried transfer done in the first place, just hours after a 31-year-old doctor was raped and murdered? The question still remains a mystery, but that is not all. Dr. Ghosh too faces charges of corruption. How does this person even deemed fit to run a hospital is precisely the question. Let's get you a timeline of Sandeep Ghosh. It was in 1994 that he earned medical college degree from RJ Kar Hospital. He worked as vice principal at Calcutta Medical College. In 2021, he was employed as principal at RG Hospital. In 2023, he faced charges of corruption, not just in in the early months of 2023, later as well. He was then transferred to Murshidabad Medical College despite those charges of corruption. So it seems that there was support that he was getting from the state machinery. It's Sandeep Ghosh who is under the radar of the Central Bureau of Investigation. So, zero to no action was initiated against the accused in this case, but Mamata Banerjee seems to have gotten it all wrong. She seems to have lost the narrative. As a whole, Shantanu Sen, the TMC spokesperson, was removed from his post after he raised specific questions on the management at the RG Hospital. Sukhendu Ray, a TMC parliamentarian, was summoned by Mamata's police after he questioned the delay in the investigation. The question again is, why is Mamata cracking down on her own leaders for raising the voice for justice? So it's not just one TMC leader who has who has cast aspersions on the probe by the state police on the management of the RG Hospital. These are two TMC leaders, one being Shantanu Sen, who criticized the management of RG College. He even said that the health department issues were not conveyed to the chief minister, and days later, in fact, after he made such statements, he was removed as spokesperson of the TMC. Later, it was Sukhendu Roy, TMC MP, who alleged delay in probe. He even questioned that why were dog squads taken to the location 3 days after the crime was committed. So it was only after such glaring lapses came to light that the case was transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation. But the cover-up has now become a pattern for Mamata Banerjee, their standard operating pattern being botched-up investigation, making way for several glaring lapses, shaming the victim, crying political conspiracy, and lastly, protecting those accountable. This has happened in the past. This is happening once again now. So it has, from what it appears, become a pattern when we talk about the glaring lapses which has come to light, not just specific to this particular incident, but several such incidents which have come to light from West Bengal over the past few months, so as to say, be it Sandesh Khali or even the Cooch Behar horror. So while these are back-to-back atrocities being inflicted on women in the state, Mamata Banerjee, who is clearly not taken accountability for such incidents that have come to light. But the proof is now out and it cannot be denied. An eyewitness at the crematorium has revealed the extent of cover-up on part of the Mamata police. He says that the police came 1 hour in advance and kept saying that there should be a hurried cremation that should take place. He also revealed that TMC MLA and councillor were present at the location, something which has also been spoken about by the parents of Abhaya as well. They've stated that there was a hurried cremation of their daughter. The parents of Abhaya say that despite 3 bodies kept at crematorium, their daughter's body was cremated first. Abhaya's body was brought in third but cremated first, and the parents came after the cremation. So even the parents came after the cremation, and the very fact that TMC leaders were present at the crematorium site also raises more questions. So while the Central Bureau of Investigation has been carrying out its probe with several of the accused who are under the scanner, including the ex-principal of the RG Hospital, the top court is all set to hear the case today. We will be getting you the courtroom updates by the minute. It's at 10:30 a.m. when the top court will begin hearing in this matter. We will head into a very short break for now, but Republic has been relentlessly carrying out its coverage, demanding justice for Abhaya, the doctor who was raped and murdered at this college.
4 back-to-back earthquakes, tremors felt in Jammu and Kashmir, parts of Baramulla and other nearby districts. There are reports of some property damage in the various locations of Jammu and Kashmir. We will get you all the details. Keep watching the Republic TV.
आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें।
मानवता की यही पुकार,
महिलाओं का हो सत्कार,
मानवता की यही पुकार,
महिलाओं का हो सत्कार।
We want justice, we want justice, we want justice, we want justice.
आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें। अध्यक्ष जी, कल रात जो घटना घटी वो रात्रि 9:30 बजे की है और महिला अकेली नहीं थी, उसके साथ उसका पुरुष मित्र भी था। तो ना तो घटना देर रात की है और ना लड़की अकेले थी। 23 बरस की फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट महिला 9:30 बजे एक बस में बैठती है द्वारिका जाने के लिए और अंदर जो बैठे हैं उनमें से कोई भी यात्री नहीं है। वो एक तरह का नापाक इरादा लेकर बैठे हैं। वो उस महिला के साथ छेड़खानी करते हैं। उसका पुरुष मित्र रेजिस्ट करता है, लड़ाई लड़ने की कोशिश करता है तो उसके सिर पर रॉड्स मारते हैं, लोहे की छड़ें।
Over 200 people have died in Pakistan due to heavy rainfall that resulted in a flood-like situation.
यहाँ पानी इकट्ठे हो रहा है तो पानी निकल नहीं रहा। मैं समझता हूँ कि शायद मशीनें बंद है, नहीं चल रही, कोई मशीन ख़राब है। मेरे साहब तो बड़े दावे कर रहे हैं कि सब ठीक है, हमने मशीनरी बहुत अमदा लाई है, करोड़ रुपये खर्च किए हैं और जो रेन इमरजेंसी है वो उसके इंतजाम हैं और इंतजाम आप देख रहे हो।
Streets were waterlogged and houses were flooded. Pakistan is in the middle of the annual monsoon season and is experiencing heavy downpours. Authorities are evacuating affected people to safer places and have advised tourists to avoid visiting the affected areas.
A CRPF inspector was martyred after terrorists opened fire on the security forces during operational area domination patrol that was being carried out in the chill post area of the Dudu area of Basantgarh in Udhampur, after which the senior officers have reached the spot and a massive search operation is underway. Stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Three-judge Supreme Court bench to hear Kolkata rape and murder case as clamour for justice grows louder. In the national capital, Bengal governor to meet President Murmu over the law and order situation in Bengal. RG Kar Hospital's former principal Sandeep Ghosh to undergo polygraph test today. Mamata government constitutes SIT to probe allegations of financial irregularities at RG Kar Hospital. The entire land scam file is out. Stand by for the mega Karnataka land scam expose. For back-to-back earthquakes, Jolts, Jammu and Kashmir, no casualties reported, civilians evacuated to safety. Yes, in about an hour from now, the Supreme Court is all set to hear the Abhaya case. In fact, it will be a three-judge bench that will be led by Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. He will be hearing the Abhaya case in the top court today. This crucial hearing that marks a significant step in the ongoing judicial process. Remember, it was the Supreme Court that had taken cognizance, suo motu cognizance of what had been happening in Kolkata, especially of what had emerged at the RG Kar Hospital. Now, in the latest, it is in about an hour from now, when the Kolkata rape and murder case will be heard by the top court. You would remember how Kolkata High Court had also pulled up the Mamata government. But ever since, there have been several developments with regards to the investigation, as the CBI is now not just recording statements, but also polygraph test that will be conducted today when it comes to the former principal of RG Kar Hospital, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. Let me cut across to Riyanka. She joins us with the very latest. What's expected will happen in the top court today? In about an hour from now, we understand that the hearing is set to begin.
That's right. I'm standing outside the Supreme Court, and all eyes are, of course, on the big hearing that is going to be taking place. Remember, the Supreme Court had taken a suo motu cognizance in the brutal rape and murder of the trainee doctor in RG Kar Hospital in Kolkata. And this case will be heard by a three-judge bench, which will be led by the CJI D.Y. Chandrachud. Now, all eyes are on this very important hearing amid the nationwide protest that is being taking place, be it in Delhi, be it in Kolkata and many other cities. Protests have broken out, and this is coming in at a time when it seems like the Supreme Court's hearing will widen the spectrum of judicial intervention in this very case. We already know that the Calcutta High Court has in fact transferred the case from Kolkata Police to the CBI, and now we have to see what exactly the Supreme Court observes and what is the future course of action that it delivers. And this will also be looked by several doctors across the nation, especially those who have been protesting, and they have kept it to the fact that they will be taking future course of action after the hearing that takes place in the Supreme Court today. So we are all on the mode of standby till around 10:30 when the bench is going to be hearing the case today. So we will be keeping a close eye on all the observations that are made, because it's quite essential at this point in time, the Supreme Court's intervention in a suo motu case in terms of the RG Kar brutal rape and murder of the trainee doctor.
Do take us through the details of what may be presented in court, because we understand that the investigation is ongoing. Now the CBI is recording statements, and also the psychological profiling, the polygraph test. So all these evidences that are still in the process of being conducted. As far as the other aspect is concerned, we know how much misinformation has also spread in this case. So in that sense, what will this particular hearing focus on?
rightly mentioned there, Suesha, given the fact that there have been several misinformation that has been spreading across the social media, it is likely that the Supreme Court might come down heavily on all of these misinformation that have been spread. On the other hand, we know that it is quite essential that the Supreme Court will be looking forward in terms of the evidences that have been given out, the polygraph test that will be conducted on the accused, as well as the other investigations in terms of the CBI that has summoned several other resident doctors. So all of these roundup of all what is happening in terms of the RG Kaur case will be presented before the Supreme Court. It was the court which had taken a suo motu cognizance in this case a few days ago, and today being the big hearing, all eyes, the nation is looking forward to this very hearing that is set to take place post 10:30.
Absolutely, and continue talking to us, Priyanka, because this is coming at a very important juncture. Not only do we see nationwide protests, but also raging anger when it comes to how these rapists get away. And we had, of course, seen this kind of momentum during the Nirbhaya case, but there again, that we see the insistence on stricter punishment for rapists. So this case is really going to set the precedent for that, and we are hoping.
Absolutely, rightly mentioned there. Like I said, all eyes of the protesting doctors will be on this hearing, and then they will be deciding the future course of action. And there have been widespread protests across the nation, especially big and huge protests have been taking place in the national capital as well as in Kolkata. In fact, yesterday also there were several doctors who were protesting outside the Nirman Bhavan of various medical institutions, of various hospitals, and they had in fact said that they will be taking a future course of action post the hearing of the Supreme Court. In fact, there are several protests that are lined up for today as well, but we will have to wait and see what happens next, because it is quite a crucial hearing that will be taking place, because there is going to be no tolerance for such a heinous act, and we are expecting that Supreme Court comes out with strong observations in this case.
All right, many thanks for joining us, of course. As we come back to you, 10:30 is when the hearing is set to begin, and all eyes on what will happen in the top court in this case. In the meanwhile, we also take a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Stories coming in from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the rape and murder of the trainee doctor at Kolkata's RG Kaur Hospital. A 3-judge bench that will be led by CJI Chandrachud will hear the case. The development that came after Kolkata High Court had transferred the probe to CBI, expressing reservations about Kolkata Police's probe into the case. Uproar over the rape and murder of trainee doctor that grows louder. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose has arrived in the national capital. He is to meet President Murmu to discuss the collapsing law and order in the state, and also the lack of safety for women. Prime Minister of Malaysia, Dato Seri Anwar bin Ibrahim, has arrived in India on a 3-day visit. He was received by Minister of State V. Somanna. VP of Mauritius, Marie Cyril Eddy Bozanson, is in the national capital to attend the 19th Confederation of Indian Industry India, that is CII, Africa Business Conclave. PM Modi will visit Poland tomorrow. This will be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in 45 years. CPIM General Secretary Sitaram Yechuri has been admitted to AIIMS Hospital. He was admitted to emergency ward and then shifted to the ICU. Now, according to reports, he's been admitted due to pneumonia. Search operation is underway in Dudu area of Udhampur. One CRPF inspector was martyred in this encounter with terrorists after suffering bullet injuries. Udhampur DRG has called it unfortunate. He said that they are using technology and drones to trace the terrorists. And details that are just trickling in of how the West Bengal governor has left from Bangla Bhavan. He has left for the President House, where he will be meeting President Draupadi Murmu. Of course, that is the most important meeting that is slated, as he will not just surprise the president of the collapsing law and order situation in West Bengal, but also the lack of safety of women. This that comes to light over how doctors have been protesting over the RG Kar case, but even the past record that has not been pleasing when it came to Sandesh Khali or Hooghly or Cooch Behar or North 24 Pargana. And another meeting that is slated is also to happen with Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Health Minister JP Nadda. Let me cut across to Harsha, who's tracking all the developments. Harsha, we understand that the West Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose has just left from the Bangla Bhavan. Take us through the details of where he's headed and what's on the agenda.
So, Swesha, the cavalcade we are following right now is the cavalcade of West Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose, and right in front of us is the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So, we can say that West Bengal Governor has left Bangla Bhavan and is about to reach Rashtrapati Bhavan, the President House, to meet President Draupadi Murmu. He earlier sought time with the President to tell and meet the President Draupadi Murmu about the entire incident, and actually to consult regarding what could be done to restore the safety of the women in the state of West Bengal, and to also apprise her about the entire situation of the law and order and about the recent situation which has taken place in the state of West Bengal, where the Kolkata doctor was raped and murdered. This is the cavalcade of West Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose right in front of us. Yesterday also CV Ananda Bose, while leaving Raj Bhavan from Kolkata, clearly stated that he used the term degenerating, that how the law and order situation in the state of West Bengal is degenerating, and CM of West Bengal has completely failed to ensure the safety and protection of the women of the state. Not only RG Kar medical hospital incident, as Swesha you were pointing out, from Cooch Behar, North 24 Pargana, Basir Hat, and also Sandesh Khali, which was lot in news from last 2 months continuously. All these incidents clearly state that how Mamata Banerjee right now is not able to protect and ensure the dignity and safety of the women of West Bengal, and that is the reason CV Ananda Bose, after meeting the doctors at RG Kar Medical Hospital, also ensured to all the doctors that he will go to Delhi, he will speak regarding how safety could be ensured and how tough laws could be made to ensure that the doctors are protected, women of the state are protected. And also opposition has continuously been demanding that there should be opposition has been demanding that CM Mamata Banerjee should resign from his chair. And right now we have reached Rashtrapati Bhavan. Swesha, these are the visuals. West Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose has reached. Right now the visuals on our screen, he has reached the spot where he is all set to meet the president. And also what we are understanding is that he would also meet the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankad as well. What we are learning right now, because this entire premises clearly state that there's not only the meeting which is going to happen of the president, but also the meeting could happen also with the Vice President. The entire cavalcade of CV Ananda Bose has went inside the premises. Today is a very important meeting, because back-to-back meeting of the West Bengal Governor with the JP Nadda, Amit Shah President, about the entire situation of RG Kar Medical University and Hospital will take place in National Capital. The situation is very gruesome. Right now all the doctors across the country, Swesha, are right now protesting. They are outraged, and the massive anger could clearly be seen. How they are angry that there are no stringent laws to ensure that the women are safe in the state of West Bengal. So these are the visuals as we see here, that the West Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose has gone inside the premises, and we'll wait and watch exactly what is going to happen the entire day, how it will transpire, and what back-to-back meeting CV Ananda Bose, the Governor of West Bengal, will be holding in National Capital, because at the end of the day he will be addressing the media here in National Capital as well. Back to you, Swesha.
I understand, Harsha, you have been tracking the West Bengal governor. He has made his way inside. Extremely important day because in about an hour from now, actually less than that, the Supreme Court will be hearing the Arjikar case and what happened on that dreaded night. We understand that the CBI is investigating the case and this really calls for a larger procedure. Never before have we seen protests of this scale. In fact, the last it was during the Nirbhaya case and now during the Abhaya case, where there is a strong demand for stricter laws for rapists. And that is the very reason that we see how the West Bengal governor is taking the matter to the president. He will also be meeting the Union Home Minister and the Union Health Minister, as we could expect a larger change. Is that true, Harsha?
You rightly pointed out, Swesha, that a larger change is needed in the state of West Bengal, and that is the reason why doctors have also been demanding the Central Healthcare Protection Act, CPA. But now the major focus is, will CPA, how will the Central Protection Act and the ordinance will ensure that there is a law and order in the state of West Bengal as well, because a government hospital doesn't follow the Central Healthcare Protection Act. There's no safe zone, no CCTV cameras, multiple entry and exit points. And right now, doctors have clearly stated that there is no doctor's duty room as well. And this is the situation in most of the places in the state of West Bengal. So clear law and the stringent action has to be taken to ensure that the women are safe in the state of West Bengal. Right now, the situation is that everywhere from North 24 Pargana to South 24 towards the region of Mushirabad and wherever you see, the women are not feeling safe. Right now, you are watching Republic TV, the rolling coverage entire day on CV Ananda Post to National Capital, where he is meeting President and Amit Shah Republic will be tracking. The rolling coverage will go on. Right now, time to slip into a short break.
بنابراین در ارتباط با تنبیه متجاوز به حاکمیت و تمامیت سرزمینی جمهوری اسلامی ایران، طبیعی است که دولت ایران مبتنی بر منشور و حقوق بین الملل حق ذاتی دارد و در این زمینه قاطع عمل خواهد کرد. به دوستان خود در واقع گفتیم که ما به دنبال تشدید تنش در منطقه نیستیم، از تلاش‌های توأم با حسن نیت برای برقراری آتش بس حمایت می‌کنیم. در عین حال بر حق ذاتی جمهوری اسلامی ایران در استیفای حقوق خود.
Thank you for staying with Republic. And while Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to make official visits to Poland and Ukraine between the 21st of August to the 23rd of August, the visit by Prime Minister Modi will be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in 45 years. We take you through the details of what's on the itinerary.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Poland on 21st and the 22nd of August 2024. This will be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in the past 45 years. Members of the Indian community in Warsaw have expressed excitement over PM Modi's upcoming visit to Poland.
काफ़ी एक्साइटमेंट है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आने वाले हैं, क्योंकि 40 साल में यहाँ पोलैंड में कोई भी प्रेसिडेंट या प्राइम मिनिस्टर आया नहीं है पिछले 40 साल से, तो हम काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं कि इंडिया और पोलैंड के रिलेशंस और भी बेटर होंगे इसके वजह से।
एज एन इंडियन हम बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हैं, सिर्फ मैं ही नहीं, पूरा जो इंडियन डायस्पोरा है यहाँ पे बहुत ही ज़्यादा खुश है, क्योंकि फाइनली पीएम मोदी ने लास्ट 10 सालों में बहुत सारे देशों के दौरे किए और फाइनली वो पोलैंड आ रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे तो पूरे पोलैंड में सिर्फ वॉर्सो ही नहीं, सभी इंडियंस जो है काफ़ी खुश है, काफ़ी एक्साइटेड है। मैं अपने कितने दोस्तों को जानता हूँ, वो भले स्टूडेंट हो, बिजनेस ओनर्स हो या कॉरपोरेट में काम कर रहे हैं, वो अलग अलग शहरों से टिकट बुक करके वॉर्सो पहुँचने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। तो एक अलग तरीके का ऊर्जा का संचार जो हमको लोगों में दिख रहा है, लोग खुश हैं।
In Poland, PM Modi will be accorded a ceremonial welcome. In addition to talks with PM Donald Tusk, PM Modi will also call on President Andrzej Duda. PM Modi will interact with Indian community, business leaders and prominent endologists.
बहुत ही ज़्यादा एक्साइटमेंट में, जैसे 45 इयर्स के बाद कोई इंडियन डिप्लोमेट लाइक प्राइम मिनिस्टर के लेवल का जो आ रहा है। लाइक लास्ट टाइम मेरे हिसाब से मोरारजी देसाई आए थे 1979 में यहाँ पे, और उसके बाद ये पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी जी आ रहे हैं। सो यस, एक्साइटमेंट तो बहुत है।
The visit comes as India and Poland mark the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations.
And we cut across to more breaking details coming in. Pune police has made 2 additional arrests in connection with the ongoing case where 2 individuals, friends of the juvenile, were taken into custody, marking a significant development in the investigation. This is in connection with that hit and run case where 2 techies had been mowed down under that Porsche. And even as the Agarwals were lodged in jail for trying to cover up the case, 2 more arrests have been made in connection to the ongoing case. In fact, let me tell you that these are friends of the juvenile, 2 more friends of the juvenile who have been arrested. Satyaprakash will join us shortly to give us details of whether these are the 2 friends who were also in the car at that time, or whether they are known to the juvenile. All right, remember Republic had been leading this story from the front. 2 techies who were mowed down by the Porsche because the minor was intoxicated, and the family who allowed him to be on the wheel. As we move on to these latest pictures streaming in from the national capital. All right, so we're staying with these live pictures coming in from Rashtrapati Bhavan, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is, of course, meeting with all the Malaysian dignitaries who are a part of the Malaysian Prime Minister's contingent as he is in the national capital on a 3-day visit. This not just in order to bolster ties between the two nations, but also the many trade agreements that are in the offing. And there you see those live pictures where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting with the delegation of the Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. It is a 3-day visit that was planned and primarily to explore initiatives to further strengthen bilateral relations and also alleviate enhanced strategic partnership. Remember, this is the Malaysian Prime Minister's first visit to India since he took office in November 2022. We have to slip into a short commercial break right now. We'll be back on the other side with the latest with regard to this particular meeting. Do stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें।
मानवता की यही पुकार, महिलाओं का हो सत्कार, मानवता की यही पुकार, महिलाओं का हो सत्कार। We want justice, we want justice, we want justice, we want justice.
आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें। अध्यक्ष जी, कल रात जो घटना घटी वो रात्रि 9:30 बजे की है और महिला अकेली नहीं थी, उसके साथ उसका पुरुष मित्र भी था। तो ना तो घटना देर रात की है और ना लड़की अकेले थी। 23 बरस की फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट महिला 9:30 बजे एक बस में बैठती है द्वारिका जाने के लिए।
बांग्लादेश में जो सनातनियों पर जिस तरह से अटैक्स हो रहे हैं उस पर अपना विचार व्यक्त करें।
जहां सनातन धर्म की बात आएगी, हिंदुओं की बात आएगी, उनके लिए हम बिल्कुल पक्ष लेकर के खड़े हुए हैं कि हमें सनातन धर्म और हिंदू धर्म की रक्षा के लिए सबको एक साथ एक आवाज़ उठाना चाहिए।
इस धर्म की रक्षा के लिए, आत्मरक्षा के लिए वर्तमान स्थिति में सभी हिंदू समाज के सज्जनों को संगठित होना बहुत 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 आवश्यक है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presenting by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Padho, kuch bano.
3-judge Supreme Court bench to hear Kolkata rape and murder case as clamour for justice grows louder. In national capital Bengal, Governor to meet President today over the law and order situation in Bengal. RG Car Hospital's former principal Sandeep Ghosh to undergo polygraph test today. Mamata government constitutes SIT to probe allegations of financial irregularities at RG Car Hospital. And the entire land scam file is out. Stand by for the mega Karnataka land scam expose. For back-to-back earthquakes jolt Jammu and Kashmir, no casualties reported. Civilians evacuated to safety.
Presenting by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Padho, kuch bano.
I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A top story, justice for Abhaya. Right now, the big update coming in is that the West Bengal Governor Ananda Bose has departed from Bangla Bhavan. And remember, he's in New Delhi and he has arrived at Rashtrapati Bhavan. He's scheduled to meet President Draupadi Murmu during his visit. The governor is also slated to address the president over the law and order situation in the state of West Bengal. That is right, viewers. Big update coming in right on Republic TV. Harsha is joining us live. Harsha is joining us live and she is reporting from outside Rashtrapati Bhavan. Harsha, take us through latest details. This is very important because the governor had plans to meet top leaders. He had plans to meet Amit Shah, JP Nadda, and right now he's at Rashtrapati Bhavan. He's due to meet the President Draupadi Murmu. What can we expect next? Go ahead, Harsha.
अगर इस वक्त की जानकारी दे तो वेस्ट बंगाल के गवर्नर सीवी आनंदा बोस इस वक्त उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ के आवास के अंदर है। मैं कैमरा पर्सन रणवीर इस वक्त विजुअल दिखाएंगे उपराष्ट्रपति के घर के अंदर इस वक्त जो मुलाकात है उपराष्ट्रपति की और वेस्ट बंगाल की गवर्नर सीवी आनंदा बोस की वो इस वक्त जारी है। बहुत महत्वपूर्ण आज ये दौरा है वेस्ट बंगाल के गवर्नर सीवी आनंदा बोस का दिल्ली में, क्योंकि सिर्फ उपराष्ट्रपति से ही नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्रपति से और जेपी नड्डा और अमित शाह से भी मुलाकात है। यहाँ तक ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नर एक पूरी रिपोर्ट है जो होम मिनिस्टर को सौंपेंगे दिल्ली में, जिसमें कि जो पुलिस की कार्रवाई है वो बेहद संवेदनहीन होनी चाहिए थी, जो कि बिल्कुल नहीं रही। पुलिस की लापरवाही की वजह से शुरुआत में जो मामला है वो किस तरह से पूरा इस और मोड़ ले लिया कि डॉक्टर आज पूरी तरह से देश भर में आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे। एक रिपोर्ट जो है वो सौंपी जाएगी वेस्ट बंगाल के गवर्नर द्वारा, ये कहा जा रहा है। लेकिन राष्ट्रपति से और उपराष्ट्रपति से आज की जो मुलाकात है वो बेहद अहम है। ऑलमोस्ट 10 मिनट हो चुके हैं। वेस्ट बंगाल के गवर्नर सीवी आनंदा बोस इस वक्त अंदर है। उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ से उनकी मुलाकात जारी है। देश भर में जो गुस्सा है डॉक्टर्स का, नाराजगी जो है कोलकाता के हॉरर इंसिडेंट को लेकर के वो भी फिलहाल जारी है। यहाँ तक कि केंद्र सरकार की कई जो फोडा से लेके फाइमा और आरडीए के जो तमाम संगठन है उनसे भी मुलाकात हुई है। लेकिन जो डॉक्टरों की मांग है वो यही है कि वेस्ट बंगाल के किसी भी अस्पताल में कोई भी सेफ जोन नहीं है। यहाँ तक कि सीसीटीवी कैमरा नहीं है, डॉक्टर्स ड्यूटी रूम नहीं है। एक सेंट्रल हेल्थ केयर प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट की डिमांड डॉक्टर्स द्वारा की जा रही है। लेकिन सीवी आनंदा बोस द्वारा 14 अगस्त के बाद जो 14 अगस्त की रात को जो डॉक्टर्स बैठे थे अस्पताल के बाहर पूरी तरह से वैंडलाइज कर दिया गया। मॉब वहां पर पहुंची और उसके बाद जो उनकी डॉक्टर्स से मुलाकात हुई, मुलाकात में डॉक्टर्स ने बात बताई कि किस तरह से बेहद परेशान है। पुलिस की लापरवाही इस पूरे मैटर में कई तरह के सवाल उठाती है। अब जो कि मुख्य आरोपी है उसका पॉलीग्राफी टेस्ट हो रहा है, लेकिन इतना ही काफी नहीं है। कई सारे लोग हैं डिपार्टमेंट के जिनकी इसमें संलिप्तता है, जिनका इसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। यहाँ तक कि जिस तरीके से पोस्टमार्टम बहुत ही आनन फानन में कराया गया, जो आखिरी रिचुअल है वो बहुत आनन फानन में कराया गया। साथ ही साथ जो पेरेंट्स हैं उनको अभी किसी तरह की अपडेट नहीं दी गई है। तमाम तरह के सवाल हैं जो इस पूरे मामले में उठते हैं। यहाँ तक कि प्रिंसिपल को दोबारा से यहाँ से हटा करके रीइंस्टेट कर देना, दूसरी जगहों पर ये ममता बनर्जी सरकार पर सवाल खड़ा करते हैं। और एक बार मैं ये बताना चाहूंगी कि अब हर तरफ से ये आवाज उठ रही है कि ममता बनर्जी को अपनी कुर्सी से इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए, क्योंकि स्थिति इस वक्त कोलकाता में यानी कि वेस्ट बंगाल में ये है कि औरतें खुद को सुरक्षित नहीं महसूस करती हैं। बीते 2 से 3 महीने में कई सारे इंसिडेंट हैं जो देखे गए हैं, चाहे वो कूच बिहार का मामला हो, नॉर्थ 24 परगना का मामला हो, बसीरहाट का मामला हो या फिर संदेश खाली का मैटर हो। महिलाओं की सुरक्षा जो कि सर्वोपरि होनी चाहिए वो फिलहाल नहीं है वेस्ट बंगाल में।
Right. Well, thank you, Harsha, for getting those details. And viewers, for the last 11 days, doctors from India and beyond are fighting for justice. They're fighting for justice for Abhaya. The doctors are demanding safety. But the kind of visuals and the kind of details coming out are extremely shocking. Have a look at this. Have a look at those texts and visuals on your screen. What you see is how her body was found. When she died, a chadar was all that was left on her bare body. According to the post-mortem report, she had around 155 grams of viscous fluid in her endocervical canal. She died from being throttled. She was throttled to death. Her thyroid cartilage was broken, we are told, due to strangulation. Her private parts were wounded. Her genitals were tortured. Her nose and mouth were clamped. Her belly, her face, her fingers, all of them were injured. She was beaten with such force that the shards of glass from her spectacles broke and entered her eyes. She suffered injuries on her head as they banged it against the walls of the institute that she trained at. The gory details which you see there on your screens have sent shockwaves all across the country. That is the kind of savagery that Abhaya was subjected to. You can see those details on your screens, what was found in the post-mortem report. And as the fight for justice continues, many more details are coming out, and the big questions are being raised about the lapses. Why are there glaring lapses when justice should have been quick? The big questions we're asking are these. The big questions are that why did the administration try to pass off the horrific crime as a suicide? Why were the parents of Abhaya told that their daughter committed suicide? Why were they not allowed to see their daughter for nearly 3 hours? Why was there a 2-hour delay in informing the police? What was the reason? A case of unnatural death being filed, the hasty cremation and the tampering of crime scene all hint at only one thing and one thing alone, that there was a deliberate cover-up that is at play in this case. That is right, viewers, where you can see those points on your screen, where it looks like that there was a clear cover-up in this case. We will now have a look at this report to understand, viewers, that what were the glaring lapses, where the investigation is standing right now. Remember, the CBI is continuing the investigation into the case after it was handed over from the Kolkata police to the CBI, and many questions are remaining to be answered. Take a look at this report.
जो क्रिमिनेशन घाट का बारे में बोलता है, श्मशान घाट के बारे में, उधर 3 बॉडी पड़ा हुआ था, लेकिन उसका पहले ही हमारा लड़की का बॉडी जला दिया गया.
One cover up after the other, a new can of worms every day. And yet, 11 days on, there's still no sign of justice for Abhaya. The country is seething. The anger is justified because the case is not just of rape and murder. 12 years after the horrific Nirbhaya case, what happened to the 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata has struck the conscience of the nation. Inconsistencies have marred the investigation. Right after Dr. Goswami spoke about the gang rape horror on Republic's debate,
we are from the very beginning doing the whistles that there is every possibility of involvement of more than one man in this heinous rape and murder case. And when we received the autopsy report from the victim's family, then we have interpreted it, we have explained it to all, including the media. That's what is written there.
He and Dr. Sarkar were sent summons. One day later, the summons have been retracted.
অমুকের নামে কাগজ আসছে, অমুকের নামে সমন আসছে, তারপরে আরও একটা দিক দিক করে অশান্তি তৈরি হয়। তারা কথাবার্তা বলুক, তারা ইনফর্মালি সেমি ফর্মালি এনগেজ করুক, কিন্তু এই যে ব্যাপারগুলো যেটা ধীরে ধীরে খালি আগুনের মধ্যে ফোঁটা ফোঁটা কেরোসিন তেল ঢালা হচ্ছে, এটা আমাদের বন্ধ করতেই হবে। আমরা কোনো চিকিৎসককে সমন দিয়ে ডাকার ব্যাপারটাকে আমরা সমর্থন করিনি এবং আমরা আশা রাখি তারা আজকে আমাদের কাছে মোটামুটি সিনসিয়ারভাবে কথাবার্তা বলেছেন এবং আমার মনে হয় সেটা হয়তো তারা সম্মান করবেন।
The inconsistencies in the investigation and the consistency of cover-up is what is raising several eyebrows that there is something more than meets the eye.
হসপিটাল থেকেই ফোন করা হয়েছিল যে আমরা আরজিকর হসপিটাল থেকে বলছি আপনার মেয়ে অসুস্থ, তো তখন এটুকু বলে লাইন কেটে দিয়েছেন। তারপর তখন আমি ফোন করি যে আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে, আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে, তো উনি বলেন আমি তো ডক্টর নই, ডক্টরের কাছে নিয়ে যাচ্ছি, ডক্টরই বলবেন কি হয়েছে, আপনারা আসুন। আমরা সাথে সাথেই পৌঁছেছি, গাড়ি নিয়ে যতটা টাইম লাগে। তারপর আমাদের বসিয়ে রেখেছে, দেখতে দেয়নি। তারপর ডিপার্টমেন্টে বসে রয়েছি, 3টের সময় আমাদের দেখতে দিয়েছে। না, আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়ের এই অবস্থা দেখে কেউ বলবে না সুইসাইড করেছে, মানে তাকে দেখলেই বোঝা যাচ্ছে কেউ তাকে খুন করে ফেলেছে। তখন তো আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়েটাকে অনেক কষ্ট করে ডাক্তার বানিয়েছিলাম, এরা আমার মেয়েকে খুন করে ফেলেছে, আমি তখন বলে দিয়েছি। উনি আমাদের সঙ্গে কোনো সহযোগিতা করেননি, বরং কেসটা মানে পুরো যাতে তাড়াতাড়ি করে মিটিয়ে দেওয়া যায় সেই চেষ্টাই করছিলেন। যেরকম তাড়াতাড়ি পোস্টমর্টম হয়ে যাবে, তাড়াতাড়ি বডি নিয়ে পুড়িয়ে দেবেন, এরকম চেষ্টা।
The Arjikar hospital horror has now taken the shape of an active cover-up. The big question is, what is the Mamata Banerjee government trying to hide?
And viewers, this is not the first time that, in fact, Republic Media Network's deep investigation has revealed the long history of mysterious deaths at Arjikar Hospital, and it dates all the way back to 2001. That is Sumitra Biswa's death case. That is right, viewers. She was a 4th-year medical student, and if reports are to be believed that she was trying to expose a porn ring at the hospital, but her death too was passed off as a suicide, despite her parents suspecting murder. 2 years later, 24-year-old house staff Arijit Datta allegedly committed suicide. He reportedly slit his wrist and jumped off the roof. However, no suicide note was ever recovered. In 2016, Dr. Gautam Pal, the then department head of Arjikar Hospital, was found dead at his apartment under mysterious circumstances. 4 years later, 25-year-old Dr. Paulami Saha allegedly committed suicide. But again, no suicide note was recovered. Just a year ago, a 23-year-old intern was found dead and a case of unnatural death was filed. The cause was reported as drug overdose, 23 years and 6 mysterious deaths. What's happening at Arjikar Hospital? Right, okay. So now, viewers, we shift our focus to the next part of the story. The question is that who is Sanjay Roy? One arrest has been made. One arrest. Despite the pile of evidence hinting at gang rape 11 days on, only one arrest has been made. That is Sanjay Roy, a civic volunteer with Kolkata Police, a part of disaster management group since 2019. He was transferred to police welfare cell and assigned to outpost at the hospital. But despite the bribery charge and extortion racket, despite the grave domestic violence charge, why was there no action undertaken against him in the past? That is the details we have of Sanjay Roy, who has been arrested. Married 4 times. I repeat, married 4 times, accused of domestic violence. And he definitely has a bit of a history behind him. 3 wives left over his abusive nature. And viewers, another person of interest is, in the case, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, a surgeon and professor of orthopedics. He was employed as the principal of RG Hospital and was transferred to another college in 12 hours of the crime. Why? The question still remains a mystery. But this is not all. Dr. Ghosh too faces charges of corruption. How does this person even deem fit to run a hospital? Now that is the history of Sandeep Ghosh. Sandeep Ghosh, a surgeon and professor. He has earned a medical college degree from RG Hospital back in 1994. The same hospital where the trainee doctor was found brutally assaulted. Worked as a vice principal at the Calcutta Medical College and was employed as a principal at RG Hospital in 2021. In 2023, Ghosh faced charges of corruption. And then in the same year, 2023, Ghosh was moved to Murshidabad Medical College. And we move ahead right now because we just told you a short while back the West Bengal governor is in New Delhi, arrived at Rashtrapati Bhavan. He's scheduled to meet President Draupadi Murmu during his visit. The governor is also slated to address the president over the law and order situation in the state of West Bengal. Let's go straight to my colleague who's joining us live outside Rashtrapati Bhavan. Harsha, take us through the latest details that we're learning of now that the West Bengal governor has come to the national capital, has taken a lot of initiative, and earlier on asking for justice for the departed soul, the victim. Now he's about to meet President Draupadi Murmu. Take us through what can we expect in the day. Go ahead, Harsha.
So Shivangi, back-to-back meeting of West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose today, national capital. We can say half an hour ago, he met the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, and now we are showing you the visuals from right outside Rashtrapati Bhavan, because West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose is right now in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. He had sought time to meet the President of the country, President Draupadi Murmu, and right now the meeting between the President of the country, Draupadi Murmu, and West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose is underway. This is a very important meeting, Shivangi, keeping in mind that how the doctors' entire country are agitating. They are right now upset, and the outrageous anger could clearly be seen amongst the doctors where they are demanding capital punishment for the accused of the Kolkata horror. Right now, West Bengal CM C.V. Ananda Bose is the national capital. Not only President Draupadi Murmu, but also he will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah and also National President J.P. Nadda in national capital, where he will be uprising the entire situation of Kolkata RG Medical College and University, where the doctor was raped and murdered. Not only this, the entire loophole in this entire investigation of the police, which led to the massive anger amongst the doctor, and how the scapegoat was we saw the scapegoat in this entire incident. One accused, Sanjay, has been arrested and his polygraphy test has already been ordered. The CBI has taken over the investigation, but right now the massive demand which is coming out not only from national capital but from the different parts of the country is that Mamata Banerjee should resign as the CM of West Bengal. Right now visuals on our screen, because this is the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and this is the place where the meeting is underway. Right now between West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose and Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu. A very important meeting, because the entire detailed report will be handed over by West Bengal Governor to all the meetings right now which is happening in the national capital, from President to Vice President to HM Amit Shah, where the entire thing will be about the police situation and the massive mismanagement and handling of in this entire case. Right now we are outside Rashtrapati Bhavan as the entire day C.V. Ananda Bose will be meeting back-to-back leaders on the RG Medical University incident. Also, West Bengal Governor a few days ago met the doctors and assured them that the women's dignity and safety will be the first priority in the state of West Bengal. Back to you.
Right. And you know, Harsha, this is very important for our viewers to understand, what is really happening, because the West Bengal governor has in the past few days spoken to doctors. He has also assured them of justice. And during the celebration, the Rakhi celebration, which the entire country celebrates Rakhi, which happened yesterday, we saw the West Bengal governor assuring that the safety of of women doctors is very important, and that it's important that everybody, the government, works towards that to achieve that goal. So the West Bengal governor has taken a lot of initiatives. He has, in fact, this is very important, Harsha, where West Bengal governor has pledged support until the goal of safer environment for women is achieved. If you could take our viewers to those details as well. Go ahead, Harsha.
Yes, Shivangi, you rightly pointed out, Governor has met the doctors, agitating doctors. He has also pledged that till the time situation in West Bengal will not ensure the safety of the women, he is not going to sit silent. But it's very saddening to see that how the entire politics has erupted in this entire case of the Kolkata horror. On one side, we have seen the doctors who are agitating. They are across the country. They are on the streets. They are demanding that there should be the safe zone for the women doctors in the government-owned hospitals right now. If we clearly see in the Kolkata, the RG Medical Hospital doesn't have the CCTV, any safe zone, no doctor's duty room. Also, doctors have been demanding the Central Protection Health Act, where they are demanding that there should be an entire ordinance for the safety and security of the doctors in the entire country. And there's certain recommendation which has come from the doctors across the country. So after meeting the doctors in Kolkata, this is the meeting of CV Ananda Bose, West Bengal governor. So it's very important to ensure that today, whatever the meeting details will come out, it will ensure that how the dignity and the safety of the women is assured to the doctors who are agitating right now across the country. Right now, you're watching Republic TV, the rolling coverage entire day in the national capital, and from Kolkata, the exclusive and breaking on the entire Kolkata horror only on Republic TV. Right now, time for a short break. We'll slip into a short break. On the other side, more update from national capital on CV Ananda Bose meeting with President.
हम लोग मोहन बगान ईस्ट बंगाल, बाद में पहले भारतीय, एक भारतीय नारी के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ है. इस अत्याचार जो कोई वर्ड नहीं है इस अत्याचार को एक्सप्लेन कर सके. मोहन बगान और ईस्ट बंगाल का जो फ्लैग है उसके ऊपर पाद फोड़ के चला गया. अभी इस पुलिस प्रशासन 2 दिन पहले आप देखे आजिकर में जो कांड हुआ, ये लोग उन लोग का डर में बातों में बैठ गया था. तो ये लोग क्या है, क्या करेगा, एक राज्य को कैसे संभालेगा, संतास को कैसे संभालेगा. ये लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकता, सिर्फ किसी का तरफदारी कर सकता है.
At least one was reported dead while 7 others suffered critical injuries following a shooting at a gathering in Baltimore. The police say multiple people opened fire during the event.
This evening, just after 8 p.m., officers received multiple calls for a shooting to the 1300 block of Spring Street. Once on scene, officers located multiple male victims and 1 female victim suffering from gunshot wounds. At this time, we have 8 confirmed victims. 1 individual was pronounced deceased, 36-year-old male. Preliminarily, the victims range in age from 22 to 45.
The condition of those wounded is stable now. A manhunt has been launched to nab the perpetrators.
So coming up on the other side, three-judge Supreme Court bench to hear Kolkata rape and murder case as clamor for justice grows louder. Stay tuned as we track the story very closely.
بنابراین در ارتباط با تنبیه متجاوز به حاکمیت و تمامیت سرزمینی جمهوری اسلامی ایران طبیعی است که دولت ایران مبتنی بر منشور و حقوق بین الملل حق ذاتی دارد و در این زمینه قاطع عمل خواهد کرد. به دوستان خود در واقع گفتیم که ما به دنبال تشدید تنش در منطقه نیستیم.
Abhaya's parents believe Mamata Banerjee and her entire system is trying to put a lid on the campaign for justice for Abhaya. Mamata Banerjee, you have to answer whether or not the principal of the college was an individual who often hobnobs with leaders of the Trinamool Congress off and on. Why the CCTV footage is yet to be released? When you are the Home Minister and the police report directly to you, what were you personally doing, Ms. Mamata Banerjee, to secure the crime scene? And if you're not responsible for anything, then why are you the Home Minister? Resign! If you're not responsible for anything, why are you the Chief Minister? Resign! Give up your portfolios, give up power, give up your arrogance. बांग्लादेश में जो सनातनियों पर जिस तरह से अटैक्स हो रहे हैं उस पर अपना विचार व्यक्त करें।
विश्व के किसी भी जगह किसी भी कोने में कोई हिंदू अगर रह रहा है, अगर वो संकट में पड़ता है तो उसको इस बात का संदेश होना चाहिए, भरोसा होना चाहिए कि अगर इस संकट के समय में हम भारत जाएंगे तो वहाँ पर हमको शरण मिलेगी, उनको शरण दिया जाना चाहिए।
भारत सरकार के द्वारा वहाँ जल्दी से जल्दी वहाँ स्थानीय शासन के साथ व्यवस्था के साथ बात करके अच्छा कदम उठाने के लिए हम अनुरोध करते हैं, भगवान से प्रार्थना करते हैं।
Thank you for tuning in. It's 10:30. We are focusing this hour on the hearing in the top court, which will begin shortly on the Kolkata rape and murder. We'll get you the fastest courtroom updates. Let's get started. First up with the headlines. Three-judge top court bench to hear Kolkata rape and murder case shortly. In the national capital, Bengal governor meets President Draupadi Murmu with the law and order situation in Bengal. RG Kar Hospital former principal Sandeep Ghosh to undergo polygraph test today. Mamata government constitutes SIT to probe allegations of financial irregularities at RG Kar Government College. And the entire land scam file is now out. Stand by for the mega Karnataka land scam expose tonight. 4 back-to-back earthquake jolts in J&K. No casualties reported. Civilians evacuated to safety. In just some time from now, the top court will begin its hearing in the Kolkata rape and murder case after taking suo motu cognizance in the rape and murder of 31-year-old doctor at a government college in Bengal. In fact, as we are tracking the latest courtroom updates, note that parallelly the state Governor Anand Bose is at President Draupadi Murmu's residence. This after he held a meet with the former governor of Bengal, Jagdeep Dhankar, just a short while ago. So a very crucial meet on the law and order situation in Bengal, which is underway, and parallelly a top court all set to hear the Kolkata rape and murder case. We'll go across to Piyush as well, who's reporting from outside the top court. But note, this is a 3-judge bench that will led by the CJI Chandrachud, who would be hearing the matter in just some time from now, a hearing which marks a significant step in the ongoing judicial process. Let's quickly go across to Piyush Ori. He's reporting live from outside the top court. Piyush, take it away. Take us through all the arguments that can be expected in the top court today.
So yes, good morning to you, Shivangi, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And it's a very significant day today, because today the Supreme Court, after taking the suo motu cognizance, is going to be hearing the matter of this horrific case which has emerged from the PG Kar Medical College in Kolkata, where a 31-year-old medical student was first raped as of now and then murdered. So yes, taking all these things into consideration, the Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance, Samiksha, and from here on the hearing is also going to be presided by the Chief Justice, that is D.Y. Chandrachud. Now, one of the key elements which is going to be taken into consideration by the Supreme Court is that whether there has been mismanagement of any kind, first by the hospital authorities in not trying to prevent this horrific crime which occurred inside its premises, and also the second aspect which the Supreme Court would be hearing is that has there been a botched up investigation somewhere, and has there been a cover-up that has been done by the Kolkata authorities with the cahoots of the state government machinery, because there have been some very grave allegations that have been made not only by the students but several other people who are at the stake of this crime, in highlighting that how there has been a massive cover-up, how the state machinery in a way has failed in trying to not reveal what exactly has happened. And also we are seeing that how there has been angst and grievances that have been expressed all across the country by the doctor students, by the resident doctors, in highlighting about the safety of doctors, but more importantly the safety of women at large. So taking all these things into consideration, the Supreme Court today would be hearing the entire matter, and we hope that just like the Kolkata High Court, which has taken sterner action and which has made a very strict observation against this entire case, the Supreme Court also might make some very strict observations. Back to the studio.
Yes, Piyush, that being said, if you can talk to us more about these two separate cases which are linked to the Kolkata rape and murder. One, of course, being the brutal rape and murder of the 31-year-old doctor, and consequent to that, the vandalism, the rampage which happened in this government college. Before we go across to Piyush on these two angles, let's listen into reaction coming in.
और दूसरे ही दिन अराजक तत्वों द्वारा जो है तोड़फोड़ कर दी जाती है, उनको डराया जा रहा है, धमकाया जा रहा है। और जहां तक अगर आप आरजीकर मेडिकल कॉलेज की अगर इतिहास को उठा करके देखें, तो ये कोई पहली घटना नहीं है जो आरजीकर मेडिकल कॉलेज में हो रही है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये ऐसा मामला है जिसमें पूरे देश में आक्रोश है। तो वहां पे इस तरीके की सुरक्षा को करते हुए, मद्देनजर देखते हुए काफी कड़ी सुरक्षा होनी चाहिए। स्टेट का कोई इंटरफेरेंस नहीं होना चाहिए जब तक एक केस पेंडिंग है।
All right, let's go across to Piyush again. Piyush, here we were talking about the two separate cases linked to the Kolkata rape and murder. One being the rape and murder of the 31-year-old, and second being the rampage in the Kolkata government college. Talk to us about the kind of justification that can we really expect from the state, because clearly the Mamata government is in a spot when it comes to that suicide angle that was being pitched, that was being, beg your pardon, peddled by the state government, and the second being the renovation work which happened very close to the crime scene.
Samiksha, you've raised two very pertinent points, and let me just delve into it one by one. First, the crime which occurred probably on 9th of August did bring into picture about how grave the crime was. And since this occurred inside a prominent medical college in Kolkata, it resulted in lot of people raising concerns. What really made people shocked actually was that how initially this death of the medical student was made to be seemed as a suicide. But later, when the horrific details came to fore, it did make people realize that how brutal this crime actually was, where this medical student was first raped, unfortunately, and then brutally killed. However, having said that, there has been a lot of allegations of how cover-up is being done at the behest of Kolkata police with the state machinery, and thereby the Kolkata High Court made a very stern observation of it and transferred this case to the Central Bureau of Investigation. However, we saw that how just a day after the Central Bureau of Investigation took this case, there was a vandalism of hundreds of people coming into this Kolkata Medical College and trying to tamper the evidence by trying to create rampage and vandalism at the seminar hall, the hall where this unfortunate crime took place. So yes, a lot of questions are being raised of how first this crime was allowed to take place inside this prominent medical college, how there was a cover-up which was being done, how there is cover-up which is still being done, and how when there is now a central agency which is probing the matter, there was a cover-up which was being trying to be done by causing this rampage, and which was being done in trying to cause this vandalism inside the medical college for the simple purpose of tampering with the evidence. So all these things now has to be taken into consideration. The Kolkata High Court has already made a stern observation. We now hope that the Supreme Court, after taking a suo motu cognizance, will also take matter
Piyush, stay with us.
Some sterner observation.
We will just come back to you in some time from now when the hearing begins in the top court. But let's tell our viewers that there are several lapses which have come to light in this entire investigation. The very fact that there was an attempt to give this a suicide color in the first place. Then there was a 2-hour delay in calling the police to the hospital. Later, there was a 3-hour delay in letting parents see the body, an unnatural death case that was filed. In fact, hasty cremation claim that was made by the family as well, just day before yesterday, saying that they were not even at the cremation site when the cremation of their daughter began. Let's go across to Kishle here, who's joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, a very, very crucial hearing that will begin in just some time from now. Once again, if you can talk to us about the entire botched up investigation on part of the state police, and also the very fact that there was renovation work which was carried out, which indicates a possible tampering of evidence at the crime spot.
Well, Samiksha, it's very important that the top court, the Supreme Court, has taken up this issue, and this case will be heard suo motu in a while. And while the Supreme Court will be hearing this, I'll also remind our viewers how the High Court, Calcutta High Court, had wrapped up the West Bengal government, administration and police for its utter failure in addressing the investigation properly. As you rightly mentioned, a botched up investigation in the very beginning was alleged against Kolkata police. First of all, to begin with, just 4 meters away from the place of occurrence, allegedly the place of occurrence, the seminar hall, the whole colon room of the doctors was vandalized. It was broken down, not vandalized, in fact, it was broken down by the hospital authority for making a new construction. The bathroom was renovated and the tiles were changed. So the basic question is, the area which is just adjacent to such a heinous crime, such a grotesque incident, will be broken down by the authorities in one night without following procedures. The procedures would have been, they would have called a tender after permission from the health department of the state, and this would take about 1 to 3 months.
Yes.
And that happened in one night. It speaks volumes about what was the intention of the hospital authorities or Shandip Ghosh in making this whole process done in one night. To hide what? That is the question people are asking, and the High Court had asked the same. They also handed over the probe to the CBI. Now Supreme Court will be hearing the same case. A suo motu cognizance has been taken, and they will be observing their views about this particular case. We are waiting for the details from Supreme Court. Samik.
Right, Kishle, stay with us while we are waiting for the crucial hearing to begin in the top court. If you can once again run us through those scathing observations that were made by the Calcutta High Court, where the court did not mince words. It clearly stated that it is absolute breakdown of law and order in Bengal, and that Mamta police is answerable as to why did and how did so many people, in fact hundreds of them, barged in this hospital and indulged in such rampage.
Exactly, that's what the High Court said. The observation was stark and very much in line with what happened that day, where about 7,000 people on the 14th night, they appeared from nowhere, these goons with sticks and with weapons, and they vandalized the hospital. The court observed that this is a failure on the part of the police administration. The court observed that this failure is directly on the police administration, and Kolkata police has to they have to take responsibility, and the observations was in that line as well. And the court handed over the matter to CBI, saying that it is required, whereas Mamta Banerjee had previously said that she'll wait for 7 more days before handing over the case. So that's what the updates from West Bengal are, and Supreme Court will be observing and hearing the matter as well, as Samiksha, as you rightly pointed out, and we are waiting for more details.
All right, Kishle, thank you for the moment. We will come back to you in just some time from now when the hearing begins in the top court. But let's tell our viewers that Republic has accessed the full autopsy report, which has details of forced penetration and also the thick liquid that was found in the genitals of the 31-year-old who was raped and murdered. We'll get you the details of the autopsy report in just some time from now. Let's for now take a look at other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. And a quick look at Bharat in 5 minutes. Prime Minister Modi will visit Poland tomorrow. This will be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Poland in the past 45 years. Prime Minister will later visit Ukraine. Parts of national capital witnessed heavy downpours. Several parts were waterlogged, with commuters facing problems. The heavy rains disrupted movement of vehicles, blocking roads and streets, with traffic jams reported in several areas. Back-to-back earthquakes jolted J&K this morning. An earthquake of 4.9 magnitude on Richter scale was reported in Baramulla. CPI General Secretary Sitaram Yechury has been admitted to AIIMS Hospital. He was initially admitted to emergency ward and has now been shifted to the ICU. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has denied allegations of creating hindrance in decision related to reservation of Maratha community. He said he will resign if these allegations are found to be true.
जहां तक इन आरोपों का सवाल है, मैं तो श्री जरांगे पाटिल इनको कहूंगा वे स्वयं ही मुख्यमंत्री जी से इस सवाल को पूछे। अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी ये कहते कि उनको मराठा समाज के लिए कोई निर्णय लेना था और उसमें मैंने अड़ंगा लाया, उसी समय अपने पद का भी इस्तीफा दूंगा और राजनीति से भी मैं अपनी रिटायरमेंट घोषित करूंगा।
And with just days to go for the J&K assembly polls, former Congress J&K chief has alleged conspiracy. But let's track another story. That's one coming in from Pune in the Porsche case. Hit and run case, the Pune police has arrested 2 friends of the juvenile accused. The incident that took place in May claimed 2 lives. The incident was heavily scrutinized after the teenage accused was let free after writing an essay. Ahead of J&K's assembly polls, former Congress J&K chief has alleged conspiracy behind his removal. Rasool Wani said that many forces were behind him to stop him from becoming the chief minister.
काफी देर से कुछ ताकतें पीछे थी कि वकार रसूल इस रियासत का मुख्यमंत्री न बने, क्योंकि उनको टनल के इधर वाला या तो पहाड़ी लगता है या गुजर लगता है.
An open case of rowdiness has come to light from Karnataka's Shivamoga, where miscreants on bike came and attacked a young man with a stick. A suo motor case has been registered in the matter, and investigation has begun to track the attackers. In Karnataka's Hebbal district, a man was chased and roughed up in broad daylight by 3 to 4 persons.
He was also stabbed with a knife. The victim is currently undergoing treatment at a local hospital. Meanwhile, the police has arrested the 3 accused. We'll head in a very short break for now, but stay tuned to Republic as we are tracking court proceedings very closely. In just some time from now, Top Court is set to hear the Kolkata rape and murder case after taking suo motu cognizance of the same.
4 back-to-back earthquakes, tremors felt in Jammu and Kashmir, parts of Baramulla and other nearby districts. There are reports of some property damage in the various locations of Jammu and Kashmir. We will get you all the details. Keep watching the Republic TV.
بنابراین در ارتباط با تنبیه متجاوز به حاکمیت و تمامیت سرزمینی جمهوری اسلامی ایران طبیعی است که دولت ایران مبتنی بر منشور و حقوق بین الملل حق ذاتی دارد و در این زمینه قاطع عمل خواهد کرد.
And for now, let's shift focus to newsbreak that's just coming in. Top Court has set aside Calcutta High Court's ruling, which asked adolescent girls to control their sexual urges. The verdict came in a suo motu case that was initiated in wake of Calcutta High Court ruling that had called for adolescent girls to control their sexual urges instead of giving in to 2 to 3 minutes of pleasure. So, an erroneous ruling on part of the Calcutta High Court that was taken suo motu cognizance of by the Top Court. The Top Court has set aside the Calcutta High Court ruling asking adolescent girls to control their sexual urges. This is the bench of Justices Abhay Oka and Ujjal Bhuyan, who said that it has also explained in detail on how courts should write the judgments. So the order is against adolescent girls that's now been set aside. A misogynist comment controversy, something which the Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of, setting aside the ruling by the High Court. This is the ruling by this was the ruling by the Calcutta High Court that asked adolescent girls to control their sexual urges. So an erroneous ruling by Calcutta High Court that the Top Court has set aside. In fact, this is the order in which the Calcutta High Court had said that adolescent girls must control their sexual urges. All right, we will break down the full order in just a while from now, but let's take a look at this report which is coming in from Pakistan, where heavy rains have wrought devastation in the country. More than 200 deaths have been reported across Pakistan.
Over 200 people have died in Pakistan due to heavy rainfall that resulted in a flood-like situation.
यहाँ पानी इकट्ठे हो रहा है तो पानी निकल नहीं रहा। मैं समझता हूँ कि शायद मशीनें बंद है, नहीं चल रही, कोई मशीन ख़राब है। मेरे साहब तो बड़े दावे कर रहे हैं कि सब ठीक है, हमने मशीनरी बहुत अमदा लाई है, करोड़ रुपये खर्च किए हैं और जो रेन इमरजेंसी है वो उसके इंतजाम हैं और इंतजाम आप देख रहे हो।
Streets were waterlogged and houses were flooded. Pakistan is in the middle of the annual monsoon season and is experiencing heavy downpours. Authorities are evacuating affected people to safer places and have advised tourists to avoid visiting the affected areas.
Alright, so trail of devastation, destruction in Pakistan. For now, let's take a look at other stories making news from across the country, particularly from US, as presidential race is now fast approaching. Union leaders supported Vice President and Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. They said that they are with Kamala Harris because she has always been with them. The group of union leaders took to the stage to counter the quoting of blue-collar workers. What appeared to be quoting of blue-collar workers by Donald Trump, who invited the head of Teamsters to speak at the Republican National Convention.
This election is about two economic visions. One where families live paycheck to paycheck, where people have no right to join a union. A CEO's dream, but a worker's nightmare. Or an opportunity economy, where we lower the costs of groceries, prescriptions, and housing. Where we go after big pharma, corporate landlords, and price gougers.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that Israel has accepted a proposal to bridge differences holding up a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza by the Hamas terror group. Blinken called on Hamas to do the same. This comes after he held a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. He did not, however, say whether the so-called proposal addressed Israel's demands for control over two strategic corridors inside the Gaza region or other issues that have long stalled the negotiation process.
Just last week, the president put forward a proposal with Qatar and with Egypt to try to bridge the gaps that remain between the parties so that we could get agreement to what the president put out there a couple of months ago. In a very constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, he confirmed to me that Israel accepts the bridging proposal, that he supports it. It's now incumbent on Hamas to do the same.
In Paraguay, a legislator was killed during a police raid at his residence. The legislator of ruling Colorado Party was shot during the early hours. In wee hours today, his house was raided to collect evidence in relation to accusations of money laundering and criminal activity against his son. Harvey Weinstein will remain in custody in New York while awaiting a retrial on rape and sexual assault charges in Manhattan. California court has requested to extradite him to the state. After the New York case is complete, he will then return to California to serve his pending 16-year sentence for a separate rape conviction there first. Weinstein was convicted in Los Angeles in 2022 while already serving a 23-year-old sentence in New York. Hundreds of merchants and artisans staged protests to demand accountability from government of Bolivian president for the shortage of dollars that is fueling inflation. The protest occurred amid a growing social discontent due to economic crisis in the country. Large crowds of people gathered to watch the supermoon as the first of 4 supermoons of the year rose over the iconic Sugarloaf mountain in the country. A supermoon note occurs when a full lunar phase syncs up with an especially close swing around the Earth. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of our broadcast. But do not go anywhere. We are counting down to the hearing that will begin shortly in the top court on Kolkata rape murder. In the national capital, Bengal governor meets President Draupadi Murmu over law and order situation in Bengal.
Director, the taste of success.
हम लोग मोहन बगान ईस्ट बंगाल बाद में पहले भारतीय एक भारतीय नारी के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ है। इस अत्याचार जो कोई वर्ड नहीं है इस अत्याचार को एक्सप्लेन कर सके।
Abhaya's parents believe Mamta Banerjee and her entire system is trying to put a lid on the campaign for justice for Abhaya. Mamta Banerjee, you have to answer whether or not the principal of the college was an individual who often hobnobs with leaders of the Trinamool Congress off and on. Why the CCTV footage is yet to be released? When you are the Home Minister and the police report directly to you, what were you personally doing, Ms. Mamta Banerjee, to secure the crime scene? And if you're not responsible for anything, then why are you the Home Minister? Resign! If you're not responsible for anything, why are you the Chief Minister? Resign! Give up your portfolios, give up power, give up your arrogance.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in this Tuesday. A big story. Anytime now, Supreme Court will be hearing the RG Medical Hospital rape and murder case. Remember, the Apex Court has taken suo motu cognizance in this case, and we're waiting for that to start anytime now. We have our reporters on the ground getting you the top updates, but as usual, the headlines that we are tracking. Let's get started.
Presenting by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Padho, kuch bano.
Three-judge Supreme Court bench to hear Kolkata rape and murder cases. Clamor for justice grows louder. National capital Bengal governor meets president over the law and order situation in Bengal. RG Hospital's former principal Sandeep Ghosh to undergo polygraph test today. Mamta government constitutes SIT to probe allegations of financial irregularities at RG Hospital. And the entire land scam file is out. Stand by for the mega Karnataka land scam expose. And 4 back-to-back earthquakes, Jolts, Jammu and Kashmir. No casualties reported, civilians evacuated to safety.
Presenting by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Padho, kuch bano.
A big story. The Supreme Court is all set to hear the suo moto cognizance taken in the Kolkata rape case shortly. Now, the case involves a tragic incident at Rajikar Medical College. The matter will be taken up by a bench led by CGI Diva Chandrachud along with Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra. I just want to go across to my colleague who's joining us right now, Rhythm Bhardwaj, our executive editor. Rhythm, this is going to be very big. The bench will be assembling shortly. All eyes on that hearing. Rhythm, go ahead.
Well, absolutely. We are seeing the kind of uproar in the entire India nation that's been caused with this. We've seen the kind of observations made by the Calcutta High Court on the behavior, the law and machinery failure in the state of West Bengal. Now they've taken it upon themselves to take suo moto cognizance, which means they are extremely concerned about the case. Remember, doctors continue protesting across the country. We've seen every day the CBI that has taken over the matter is revealing new facts. We're coming to know that this could possibly be an institutional cover-up. This is no longer just a brutal rape and assault, but also a murder case, and it could have huge ramifications also on the state of West Bengal as to how they've acted in the matter. Why was there a protest that was allowed to continue over a few days ago? Lots of issues that are going to come up. The Supreme Court has decided they're going to take suo moto cognizance. What could possibly happen today? Today, possibly, there could be a notice that is issued to the state of West Bengal and to all the other parties. There are a lot of intervention applications that have been filed by several doctors also in this case who want to be heard in the Supreme Court. As usual, there is an issue of law and order, and it's always comes knocking at the doors of the top court. It is the law of the land that has now to be decided. Will there be a larger role that the Supreme Court plays in the larger run, seeing the kind of outrage that has been caused after this? Will there be a different law for doctors that is being asked for? Is there going to be some sort of a direction given to all the states later on and all the governments to ensure that these cases are not repeated? Is there going to be some preventive measure taken? Lots of questions that the Supreme Court will be looking at, but first they're going to issue notices. Today is going to be a critical hearing to really get a sense of how the Supreme Court, that is also anguished with the way this case has gone forward and the outrage that has been caused in India, is going to look at the matter, take up the matter, take cognizance and ensure some justice. I don't believe for the family of in this Abhaya case there's going to be justice, but some consolation is there as to what really happened with their daughter. India at large is going to be getting possibly some sort of measures going to be taken in cases that are reported like this one.
Right, and we're getting all these details coming in, Rhythm, and as we're waiting for more live updates, we're waiting for that hearing to begin and when we'll get the live updates. But we know that the Federation of Association of Medical Consultants of India and Delhi Medical Association have filed applications seeking to intervene in the matter. One of the top updates which had come in today itself. All right, we'll go to Rhythm in just a short while. We'll go to Rhythm in just a short while. But like we're telling you, we're just waiting for the proceedings to begin. They will begin any time now. So Supreme Court is hearing the suo moto case taken over the rape and murder of a doctor at the Rajikar Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata. The story which we are reporting on for extensively for a few days. I just want to go straight across to my colleague Piyush Ohri, who's outside the Supreme Court and is getting us all the top updates. Piyush, we're waiting for the hearing to begin, but let's also highlight how the Calcutta High Court was the one which was completely dissatisfied with the probe of the Kolkata police. Then it was handed over to the CBI, and now the Apex Court has taken suo moto cognizance of this case. So all eyes will be on this hearing, which will begin very shortly. Piyush, over to you.
So yes, Shivangi, as you rightly mentioned, that as there was a very strict observation and a very sterner judgment that was given by the Calcutta High Court, which later transferred the case from Kolkata Police to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now you also see that the Supreme Court being quite anguished with the kind of investigation and anguished with the kind of scenario which this entire case has generated, is also taken a suo motu cognizance, and we are now waiting to hear that what exactly is the observation that is going to be made by the Supreme Court in this entire case, which has really shocked us as citizens at large, because you are seeing that from the time this incident has occurred, this protest has been spearheaded by doctors, but you can see the pain is being felt by every citizen of this country, which has been shocked by the detail which has been coming to fore of this entire incident, and also shocked by the kind of conduct which has been exhibited by the state machinery, because there are grave allegations of how first this crime was first allowed to take place inside a prominent medical college, how there was a cover-up which was being done, and more importantly, how there was rampage and vandalism in order to cover up and in order to delete all the major evidences by the vandals. So, yes, taking all these things into consideration, we are now waiting to hear that what observation is the Supreme Court going to make. Back to the studio.
Right, Piyush getting us to top details coming in right now. When the Supreme Court anytime will be hearing this case, and all eyes as protests, Piyush, are continuing. Justice for Abhaya continue to intensify as the CBI investigation continues. And Piyush, you have been covering the story from the ground, and you would, of course, be the perfect person to ask that a lot of demands are being made. Justice for Abhaya. Now, you know, in many cases, when this matters go to the apex court, there's obviously that a lot of petitioners are asking for justice and they're asking for intervention. And this is very important, especially in the past. We have seen that the apex court's observations, everybody waits and watches what the apex court says, because the apex court upholds justice. Very important point there. Go ahead, Piyush.
So Shivangi, it is very important to note to begin with that why this case has come to the Supreme Court. Yes, we are witnessing that how there has been first a very horrific, grotesque crime which has occurred inside a prominent hospital in Kolkata. We have witnessed how the state machinery failed in trying to do a proper investigation in this case, which resulted in a lot of allegations and counter-allegations. And now we are witnessing that how when there was a investigation that was being done by a prominent central investigation agency, in this case, there was vandalism that was taking place in order to remove all the vital evidences from the seminar hall in which this grotesque crime took place. Now the Supreme Court has taken a matter in its own hand, because you are also witnessing that how there is a dissidence which is erupted. You are witnessing that while there are protests, the Trinamool Congress, the Bengal-led government, which is facing a lot of criticism in this case, have now begun to also in a way retaliate and saying that the Central Bureau of Investigation should now also reveal detail of what exactly their course of investigation is. We just saw today the Sagrika Ghosh, one of the prominent leaders of Trinamool Congress, mentioned that how there is also a kind of cover-up which is being done by the Central Bureau of Investigation, in which they are not coming up with the entire detail, and this is all now being politically motivated. So when you see this kind of dissidence which is being happening, you really want now the Supreme Court should come in and issue directives, because at the end of it we saw that how the failure, and I again repeat this word, how the failure of state machinery, how a kind of botched-up investigation resulted in Kolkata High Court intervening and saying that this case now should be transferred from the Kolkata Police to Central Bureau of Investigation. We now hope that with now a lot of dissidents now coming in, with a lot of politicization of this case also coming in, the Supreme Court will now issue some very strict directives and make sure that justice is going to be issued, justice is going to be served to Abhaya in true sense. Back to the studio.
All right, Piyush, getting us all top updates coming in right now. And viewers, we're waiting for those hearings to begin because remember that many doctors are protesting. One of the big demands is definitely safety for working professionals, for doctors who are working professionally, working around the clock. So everyone is waiting for that very important hearing to begin at the Apex Court. And even as the fight for justice continues, the focus is on the glaring lapses that have raised eyebrows. And the big questions are, why did the administration try to pass off the horrific crime as a suicide? Why were the parents of Abhaya told that their daughter committed suicide? Why were they not allowed to see their daughter for nearly 3 hours? And why was there a 2-hour delay in informing the police? What was the reason? A case of unnatural death being filed, the hasty cremation, and the tampering of crime scene all hint at only one thing and one thing alone, that there was a deliberate cover-up that is at play in this case.
जो क्रिमिनेशन घाट का बारे में बोलता है, श्मशान घाट के बारे में, उधर 3 बॉडी पड़ा हुआ था, लेकिन उसका पहले ही हमारा लड़की का बॉडी जला दिया गया.
One cover up after the other. A new can of worms every day. And yet, 11 days on, there's still no sign of justice for Abhaya. The country is seething. The anger is justified because the case is not just of rape and murder. 12 years after the horrific Nirbhaya case, what happened to the 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata has struck the conscience of the nation. Inconsistencies have marred the investigation. Right after Dr. Goswami spoke about the gang rape horror on Republic's debate,
we are from the very beginning doing the whistles that there is every possibility of involvement of more than one man in this heinous rape and murder case. And when we received the autopsy report from the victim's family, then we have interpreted it, we have explained it to all, including the media. That's what is written there.
He and Dr. Sarkar were sent summons. One day later, the summons have been retracted.
অমুকের নামে কাগজ আসছে, অমুকের নামে সমন আসছে, তারপরে আরো একটা দিক করে অশান্তি তৈরি হয়। তারা কথাবার্তা বলুক, তারা ইনফর্মালি সেমি ফর্মালি এনগেজ করুক, কিন্তু এই যে ব্যাপারগুলো যেটা ধীরে ধীরে খালি আগুনের মধ্যে ফোঁটা ফোঁটা কেরোসিন তেল ঢালা হচ্ছে, এটা আমাদের বন্ধ করতেই হবে। আমরা কোনো চিকিৎসককে সমন দিয়ে ডাকার ব্যাপারটাকে আমরা সমর্থন করিনি এবং আমরা আশা রাখি তারা আজকে আমাদের কাছে মোটামুটি সিনসিয়ার ভাবে কথাবার্তা বলেছেন এবং আমার মনে হয় সেটা হয়তো তারা সম্মান করবেন।
The inconsistencies in the investigation and the consistency of cover-up is what is raising several eyebrows that there is something more than meets the eye.
হসপিটাল থেকেই ফোন করা হয়েছিল যে আমরা আরজিকর হসপিটাল থেকে বলছি আপনার মেয়ে অসুস্থ, তো তখন এটুকু বলে লাইন কেটে দিয়েছেন। তারপর তখন আমি ফোন করি যে আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে, আমার মেয়ের কি হয়েছে, তো উনি বলেন আমি তো ডক্টর নই, ডক্টরের কাছে নিয়ে যাচ্ছি, ডক্টরই বলবেন কি হয়েছে, আপনারা আসুন। আমরা সাথে সাথেই পৌঁছেছি, গাড়ি নিয়ে যতটা টাইম লাগে। তারপর আমাদের বসিয়ে রেখেছে, দেখতে দেয়নি। তারপর ডিপার্টমেন্টে বসে রয়েছি, 3টের সময় আমাদের দেখতে দিয়েছে। না, আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়ের এই অবস্থা দেখে কেউ বলবে না সুইসাইড করেছে, মানে তাকে দেখলেই বোঝা যাচ্ছে কেউ তাকে খুন করে ফেলেছে। তখন তো আমি বলেছি আমার মেয়েটাকে অনেক কষ্ট করে ডাক্তার বানিয়েছিলাম, এরা আমার মেয়েকে খুন করে ফেলেছে, আমি তখন বলে দিয়েছি। উনি আমাদের সঙ্গে কোনো সহযোগিতা করেননি, বরং কেসটা মানে পুরো যাতে তাড়াতাড়ি করে মিটিয়ে দেওয়া যায় সেই চেষ্টাই করছিলেন। এরকম তাড়াতাড়ি পোস্টমর্টম হয়ে যাবে, তাড়াতাড়ি বডি নিয়ে পুড়িয়ে দেবেন, এরকম চেষ্টা।
The Arjikar hospital horror has now taken the shape of an active cover-up. The big question is, what is the Mamata Banerjee government trying to hide?
We're getting some big breaking updates coming in right now on Republic TV. It looks like now the hearing has begun in the top court, viewers. It just begun in the top court. That is a big update coming in right now, where we are seeing that the Supreme Court has begun hearing after it took the suo motu cognizance taken in the case, the Kolkata rape case. The case involves a tragic incident at RG Kar Medical College, and the matter is being taken up by a bench led by CGI DY Chandrachud and along with Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra. So it has just begun right now, viewers, and let's tell you exactly what is happening. Remember that already the Federation of Association of Medical Consultants of India and Delhi Medical Association have filed applications seeking to intervene in the matter, and all eyes on the top court as protests all across the nation. Like you can see those visuals coming in for the past 10-11 days now. We've showed you that these doctors are extremely angry. They want justice for Abhaya, and they also want better security for working professionals, medical students and doctors who work around the clock to treat the patients, and they want security. Now, what we see right now, viewers, are those top updates coming in. We're also seeing that on the basis of this hearing, now a lot of medical associations like the Indian Medical Association will decide if they will end their ongoing protests seeking justice for Abhaya, and they are demanding better security for medical professionals. So that is going to be one of the top points that we look out for. What does the Apex Court have to say about security for medical professionals? Because that is one of the key issues which has come up time and again when we have been seeing these protests all across India. And not just in India, we have seen that the call for justice has been growing louder and louder by the day. We have seen protests even all across the globe now. So that's a big update coming in. Remember that this hearing is coming just after the case was handed over to the CBI by the Calcutta High Court, and anytime now we will be waiting for more updates.
A hospital in Kolkata, which is horrific in the nature of the crime, but it raises systemic issues in regard to the safety of doctors.
Two more incidents, one in Bombay and one in Ahmedabad.
Let the Chief Justice please. Deals with the systemic issue of safety of doctors across India.
Yes.
There are a couple of things, Ms. Sybil, before we deal with the broader aspects of safety and what we propose to do, we'll tell you in
I have something to assist on that, neutrally.
First, on matters of safety, we are deeply concerned about the fact that there is a virtual absence of safe conditions of work for young doctors across the country, particularly in public hospitals. As we know, these are all young interns, they are residents, senior residents, doctors, and most importantly, women doctors,
yes,
who are subject to of graver dangers and vulnerable, by virtue of the nature of their occupation because of gender.
Working hours.
And working hours. Most of the young doctors have to put in somewhere
36 hours.
We find that there are no duty rooms available, no separate restrooms or duty rooms available for men and women doctors, for the other nursing staff, for the paramedical staff who are also on duty. And therefore, we must evolve a national consensus to ensure that there must be a standard national protocol to ensure that safe conditions of work are provided. This is not a matter of providing protection either to women or protection to doctors in general. It's a matter of creating safe conditions of work so that they ultimately, what is equality under the Constitution all about? If women cannot go to a place of work and be safe, then we are denying them the basic conditions of equality. And therefore, we are entertaining this, and I'll very shortly share the way we want to proceed with this to ensure that ultimately it's not that every time that there is a rape or murder that the conscience of the nation is awakened. We have to do something right here and now to ensure that these conditions of safety are maintained in terms of protocols which will not just be on paper, but protocols which will be enforced across India. Now, insofar as what happened in Kolkata is concerned, Sybil, couple of things from what we have. Of course, first, let me begin by saying that we are deeply concerned of the fact that the name of the deceased who was assaulted and murdered, the name has been published all over the media. Photographs have been published all over the media. Video clips, obviously, either before or after the postmortem, have been published, showing her body, after she was subjected to it. Extremely concerning. We are the first to recognize the right to free speech, but there are well-settled parameters.
It is extremely painful. I agree entirely with you.
Which have been laid down in now the new criminal procedure code. By judgments of our court in Nipun Saxena, that you will not publish the names of the survivors of sexual assault. In this case, the person.
It's a criminal law. We have filed 50 FIRs on that count. 50 FIRs.
And it was circulated, nobody should publish.
Well, may I just inform your lordships, before the police reached, photos were taken and these were circulated. We didn't allow anything to happen. We cordoned off the area.
Is this the way we provide dignity and respect for the privacy of an individual who has lost her life as a young doctor?
Yes.
But apart from that, Ms. Isabel, I'm happy that you are here for the state of West Bengal. Couple of quite a few aspects of the way the matter proceeded. It appears that the crime was detected in the early hours of the morning.
Yes.
After the crime was detected in the early hours of the morning, the principal of the hospital tries to pass this off as a suicide.
Not true.
Her parents are not allowed to see a body. The parents are not allowed to see the body for almost.
No, Malad, I'm sorry. Anyway, Malad, this is the impression.
Our investigation
we'll have to place the facts before your lordships. We have investigated that. This is not correct.
So, until late night, we find that no FIR was registered.
That's also not correct. Not correct.
What time was the FIR registered?
Malad, in fact, we did what we call a UD case, Malad.
UD case.
Unnatural death case registered.
Yes, unnatural death case
registered.
But
immediately.
That's right.
That's an FIR, Malad. That's an FIR.
What's the body discovered?
UD case the FIR registered formally in the police.
Malad's inquest was done and then FIR registered immediately and the investigation started.
What
should have been done?
The FIR registered.
12, Malad. 12:30.
Does the FIR say that this is a case of a murder?
No.
Yes.
No, my lord. Unnatural death.
We have something. Unnatural death. Inquest shows it's a case of murder, Malad.
1 second.
Inquest shows it's a case of murder.
Inquest is done. The postmortem is, the autopsy is conducted.
Yes.
Now, until the night, no FIR indicating that this is a clear case of a murder has been made out.
It has, Malad. I'm sorry. I'll place those facts before your lordship. It has been, Malad.
Lord, may I suggest?
From unnatural death, we registered the case for murder. We caught the victim. He is a civic worker, Malad. It's an individual act. I show all that to your lordship.
And that's the first aspect.
Yes.
What was the principal doing? Why did he not, why was this kind of inaction on the part first an attempt to pass this off as a suicide instead of a murder?
I'm sorry, Malad. That's not correct.
Not registering an FIR till late in the evening.
Third, the body itself is handed over to the parents sometime in the evening for cremation. Fourth, and that's a matter of very serious concern. On the next day, the doctors, because they were all doctors working with her, the doctors are on protest. A group of persons, a mob assembles at the hospital. The hospital is invaded and the critical facilities are damaged in the morning or whenever the mob enters. What was the police doing?
Yes. But we have videos for all. Let me first of all state.
Actually, Mr. Sivan, the police, a very serious offense has taken place. The crime scene is within the precincts of the hospital. Now, that is the first thing that the police have to do, namely to protect the crime scene. What are they doing?
Nothing.
Allow vandals to enter the hospital.
It's impossible that 7,000 people can gather without the consent.
Allow me.
7,000 people can never gather without knowledge or consent of the police.
This is not an adversarial litigation.
It's not. Therefore, let us not be in denial mode. One girl has lost life by not only the sexual pervert, he's an animal.
After the principal resigns from this medical college,
You sent to another hospital.
he's appointed as a principal of another college.
Immediately. He doesn't resign. But anyway, be that as
At the least, his conduct is under scrutiny, and he's appointed as a principal somewhere else.
This is all. We have a note on all this misinformation.
Let's not contradict each other. There is a High Court order.
The reality. Just show it to you.
Let them file a report, not
But just show it to you.
tomorrow.
A couple of things which we would like to do. Well, let's make it very clear. We would want the investigation has been handed over to the Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, done. Yes.
We want CBI to file a status report before this court on Thursday.
Correct.
We will take up the case on Thursday. We want CBI to apprise us on the status of the investigation.
Correct.
The investigation obviously must be at a very sensitive stage so that it's something which will be submitted to the court.
For court's consumption, not the public.
It's really an investigation update status report which will be given to us on Thursday. We will consider the status report on Thursday morning and see where the investigation is proceeding. Today, what we intend to do is that today we intend to pass an order. What we have done is, and three of us, that's why we were in conversation with each other. We have discussed the pros and cons. We are setting up, under the authority of this court, a national task force. The national task force will consist of a diverse segment of doctors from different parts of the country. We want them to make us recommendations in regard to the modalities to be followed across India. We're not only talking of the Ajikar Medical College and Hospital, but modalities to be followed all over the country for ensuring safety at the workplace first and foremost, for which our young doctors, the middle-level doctors, the senior doctors are all today on protest and on strike. At the same time, we would, now that we are taking charge of these proceedings, we are appointing a national task force. It's our earnest request to doctors all over the country who have struck work. There are institutions where I know appointments are taken 2 years in advance. For instance, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Appointments are taken 2 years in advance. If patients lose their slot, they go back by another 2 years. So we would really earnestly appeal to all the doctors that we are here to ensure that we would earnestly appeal to all the young doctors that this is something, please trust us. That's why we have not left it to just the High Court. The High Court, of course, consists of very seasoned judges. The Chief Justice was monitoring the investigation by the CBI, but we felt that this is now not a matter of a particular offense, however serious and horrendous the offense is, but something which affects the institution of healthcare pan-India. Therefore, the need for the Supreme Court.
We welcome this. I think this must be done, Mulaz. All of us must be very positive. But Mulaz, I have only one request. Mulaz, I have only one request. Yeah, sorry.
Lord, I need 5 minutes on this one.
That's what I said. Yes.
Who is the first informant? We were talking about the first information.
Yes.
Who is that first informant? Can you name us, please?
Name him.
Who is the first informant who lodged the FIR?
The one I just find out.
And we would also like to know the time of the registration of the FIR.
The father of the victim.
Wait a minute, please. Don't interfere. Don't interfere.
The first UD case was done by the police on its own.
So that is not an FIR. What is section 174 of the old CRPC today? Can anyone assist us, please?
Yes. What's
So that's just a report.
Yes, to start the investigation.
But then who lodged the FIR?
183.
First, the father of the deceased.
Yes.
Then the vice principal of the hospital. First, the father of the deceased and vice principal of the hospital.
Oh, there cannot be two FIRs.
No, but both complaints were sent to us.
No.
Both complaints sent to us.
Tell us whose complaint is treated as
Father of the deceased.
this is registered at what time?
That's 11:45 p.m.
11:45
p.m.
And now next day.
Yes. The night. The night.
The night.
In the night. Madam.
thing.
In the night.
When is the body, when is the body handed over to the parents for cremation?
Well, let's kindly have this
Just
note
tell
that
us,
I've given.
what time is the body handed over to the parents for cremation? 1 second.
Around 3:30.
10.
No.
Therefore, one thing is very clear. The body is handed over to the parents for cremation at 8:30 p.m. The FIR is registered at 11:45 p.m. 3 hours and 15 minutes after the body is handed over to the parents for cremation.
They refuse to file. Well, this is the problem. We handed it over. They filed the FIR. They made the complaint at 11:45. They say, we are in shock. Please do whatever you want to do. They wanted a post-mortem. We did the post-mortem. All is videographed. Everything is videographed.
The autopsy and the post-mortem take place
Between 1:45 to 4 p.m.
Now, between 1:45 and 4 p.m., the autopsy takes place, followed by the post-mortem.
The autopsy took place at 6 o'clock, not at...
Fair enough. That's all right. We'll take it as between 1 and 4 o'clock. It doesn't take place in 1 minute. It takes time. 1 second. Don't keep on interrupting.
They wanted a board. We constituted a board.
We are proceeding on the basis of Mr. Sibal's hypothesis that the autopsy and the post-mortem take place between 1 and 4:45 in the afternoon. Now,
Lordship, there is...
Clearly, the autopsy would reveal that this is a case where a doctor has been murdered, where she has been murdered.
Yeah.
The FIR is registered at 11:45 in the night, Mr. Sibal.
Yeah.
And who was expected to register?
Yeah.
Nobody in the hospital registers the FIR. The father registers the... What was the principal or the vice principal? What were the authorities of the hospital doing?
They wanted a board. We constituted a board. They wanted a magistrate. We got the magistrate.
You don't need time for registration of FIR. You don't need a medical board for registration of FIR.
At the moment, Malas, what are we considering? We are considering, Malas, 2 or 3 things, as your lordship has put to me. How did these photographs reach the social media? I'll mention all this. How did these photographs reach the media? We have nothing to do with it.
Let us not trivialize
everything. People there took photographs, came in, took photographs and sent it. Number 2, Malas. Number 2, immediately an unnatural death case, Malas, was started and an investigation was started. Your lordship may be right, Malas, why did it happen? But whatever the parents were doing, we were agreeing with that. We set up a board. We asked the magistrate to come, a judicial magistrate to be present. Everything was videographed. Everything was called.
Mr. Sibal, it is the obligation of the authorities of the hospital. Yeah. The parents are not present in the hospital when the murder takes place.
Yes.
It's the obligation of the authorities of the hospital to register an FIR the moment they realize.
It was done. 2:45 done. The letter was sent.
11:45 in the night.
No, 2:45 letter was sent. Assistant superintendent sent a letter at 2:45 minutes. It's not 11:30 at 2:45 itself. We'll set out all this, Malas. It's better we set it.
What we
Lordships may give me 5 minutes, Lord, to further, Lord, to assist your Lordships. Lord, first of all, Lord, let us not trivialize on this side, my Lord. We are dealing with one incident, but your Lordships are rightly looking at a larger picture. But we are dealing with, my Lord, a young doctor, not only raped by a sexual pervert or perverts, but who was an animal-like instinct, who had an animal-like instinct, the way, my Lord, the body was handled. Thereafter, my Lord, I don't wish, my Lord, to make this a political issue. I would request the state also not to be in a denial mode. 3 hours of the patient, parents waiting, my Lord, is something we can experience if we put ourselves in that position. Now, my Lord, so far as the safety is concerned, Lord, one thing I must bring to your Lordship's notice. Lord, the doctors are genuinely, my Lord, have a grievance. They are, my Lord, they've lost one of their colleagues, my Lord, globally. But, Lord, out of, my Lord, all states, 23 states have legislations dealing with, my Lord, what is called, for, my Lord, Kerala, my Lord, so-and-so Medicare service persons and medical service institutions, Prevention of Violence and Damage or Loss to the Property Act. There are, my Lord, I'll give, my Lord, the list of acts. My Lord, this also the National Task Force, my Lord, can
the punishment which is provided under
it's a cognizable, my Lord, and
3 years.
3 years.
Yes, my Lord. It's cognizable, non-bailable, and punishment is 3 years. My Lord, this is first. I'll, my Lord, place it. The National Task Force, my Lord, which our Lordships contemplate, can, my Lord, go into this. can even make suggestions, and it should be welcome, my lord. Lord, second thing, my lord, which is worrying us is this. Lord, even in a well-organized function, if we want the presence of 500 people in an auditorium, we all know we have to make efforts. 7,000 people at the middle of the night armed with lathis and hockeys, my lord, can never be without the knowledge, if not consent, of the police force. It's complete failure of law and order, my lord, in the entire state.
What time did the vandalization of the hospital take place?
Lord, midnight. It's at midnight, my lord.
I thought my learned friend, he doesn't want to politicize the matter, my lord. Why is he saying all this?
Let's why this is, my lord, important.
We should be called upon. We'll tell you what happened.
Mr. Solicitor, what we'll do is that we'll...
One more aspect. Lord, and my lord, again, my learned friend may feel that this is, my lord, but this is directly related to the issue in question. Lord, the West Bengal has an in-charge DIG. In-charge DIG, Director General of Police, who is already being charged and being considered by your lordships for having fabricated or otherwise dealt with the evidence in Sharda scam case. Lord, your lordships
Calcutta Police doesn't come under DGP. Calcutta Police doesn't come under DGP. Why are you saying all this?
What this has to do there?
Director General of Police is an in-charge DGP. Not let someone else be the
This is what is happening.
Let them choose. But not the man who is already accused.
This is the kind of misinformation we are having, Malad. This is nothing to do. This is
Nothing to do.
Only a minute.
Malad, I have only one small request.
What do you propose to do about the principal?
Whatever your lordship says, we'll do, Malad. Malad, whatever your lordship says, we will do. There's no issue. SIT is constituted. SIT is constituted, but whatever your lordships will say, we will do. We are not, Malad, this is not adversarial, as I said. Malad, just give me just 1 minute. I just handed over something to your lordship. Just have a look at it, Malad. Just give it to my lord. 3 copies that are handed.
All right, Mr. Sibal, we'll just hear the solicitor for a minute. He just wants a minute.
Right.
And then
Lord, I want this, Lord.
Your Lordship, may I just submit?
In-charge DG who is already a tainted officer in an affidavit filed before this court should be replaced by any other in-charge DG of their choice.
Well, just have this.
Another one.
We have set out what is in the media and we have set out the reality.
No, share it with all of us.
We will share it, don't worry.
No.
Kolkata police informed the family members that the present case was a case of suicide. False.
False. Another aspect.
At no time did the police give this information.
Basically, what we propose to do is we'll indicate what the broad parameters of our intervention in this matter consists of. We'll just pronounce it very shortly. For one thing, Mr. Sibal, we are very, very concerned. Let not the power of the state of West Bengal be unleashed on peaceful protesters.
We have videos of all that happened.
People, whether they are doctors, civil society, lawyers, people who are protesting, so long as there's no act of destruction of...
We have videos. We agree.
Let there not be the power of the state unleashed
on
peaceful protest.
Well, I agree, and that has not happened. 1 second. We have videos which we have placed, which we'll place before your lordship. And what happens is political parties get into the act, and this is what happens.
People who are taking to the media to communicate their views.
Yes.
Let us deal with them with a great deal of.
I agree.
It's a time of national catharsis.
Look at the girl. Don't be in denial.
Now, for example, they say pelvic and collarbone was broken. False. Postmortem doesn't say that.
Lordship, state and the center, they'll keep
CBI is investigating it.
Yes.
We will ask for a report from the CBI. Now, what we propose to is
just
1 second.
Just 1 second.
This must stop. We are in charge of the proceeding. We have heard Mr. Solicitor. We have heard Mr. Sibal. If we start hearing all the interveners, there'll be no end to it. Please have some patience. We are going to now tell you what we are proposing to do. We are not disposing of the case, but let's allow us to at least pronounce what we intend to do. All right.
This is the list of acts.
Would your lordship just give us a minute?
On 9 August 2024, a 31-year-old postgraduate doctor at R.G. Kar Medical College Hospital, Kolkata, who was in a 36-hour duty shift, was raped and murdered inside the seminar room of the hospital. As horrific details have emerged in the course of media reportage, the brutality of the sexual assault and the nature of the crime have shocked the conscience of the nation. The name and graphic images of the deceased have been widely circulated on social media without regard to her privacy or dignity. Writ petitions were instituted before the Calcutta High Court seeking, among other things, a court-monitored investigation of the crime and the conduct of the hospital authorities, including the role of the principal of the medical college and other officials by a special team of investigating officers. It has been alleged that the parents of the deceased were initially informed that their daughter had committed suicide. They were permitted to see the dead body after several hours, and a first information report in regard to the murder was registered belatedly by the police after several hours. By its order dated 13 August 2024, the High Court transferred the investigation to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Following the incident, agitations and protests were called by doctors' associations, student bodies, and civic groups across the country. On the eve of Independence Day, several areas in Kolkata saw protests spurred by the Reclaim the Knife campaign. At 12:30 a.m. on 15 August, when a protest was underway at the hospital, a large mob assembled at the premises of the R.G. Kar Medical College Hospital and vandalized the emergency ward and other departments of the hospital. Following the acts of wanton disruption and vandalism, the Indian Medical Association, a private and voluntary organization of doctors in India, called for a nationwide withdrawal of medical services except emergency services for 24 hours on 17 August 2024. In the aftermath of the brutal incident and the demonstrations which followed, the state government was expected to ensure the deployment of the state machinery to prevent a breach of law and order. It was all the more necessary to do so since investigation of the crime which took place in the precincts of the hospital was underway. We are unable to comprehend how the state was not prepared to deal with the incident of vandalization of the premises of the hospital. Nationwide protests following the brutal incident in R.G. Kar Medical College Hospital have brought the issue of the lack of institutional safety for doctors to the forefront. Medical associations have consistently raised issues of the lack of workplace safety in healthcare institutions. Medical professionals, in the performance of their duties, have been unfortunate targets of various forms of violence. Hospitals and medical care facilities are open throughout the day and night. Medical professionals, doctors, nurses, and paramedic staff work round the clock. Unrestricted access to every part of healthcare institutions has made healthcare professionals susceptible to violence. Patients of relatives in anguish are quick to attribute untoward results to the negligence of medical professionals. Such allegations are immediately followed by violence against medical professionals. In May 2024, two on-duty doctors were allegedly attacked by relatives of a patient who died during treatment in a hospital in West Bengal. In another incident in May 2024 in Bihar, following the death of a 25-year-old pregnant patient, a nurse was allegedly pushed off the first floor of the building by the kin of the patient. In August 2024, a final year resident in a hospital in Hyderabad was allegedly assaulted by a patient's attendants after the patient died due to medical conditions. These incidents of violence are a few among the many that have been unleashed against members of the medical community in the recent past. They are portents of a systemic failure to protect doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff in the confines of hospitals. With few or no protective systems to ensure their safety, medical professionals have become vulnerable to violence. With the involvement of systemic issues for healthcare across the nation, this court has had to intervene. Women are at particular risk of sexual and non-sexual violence in these settings. Due to ingrained patriarchal attitudes and biases, relatives of patients are more likely to challenge women medical professionals. In addition to this, female medical professionals also face different forms of sexual violence at the workplace by colleagues, seniors, and persons in authority. Sexual violence has had its origins even within the institution, the case of Aruna Shanbag being a case in point. There is a hierarchy within medical colleges, and the career advancement and academic degrees of young professionals are capable of being affected by those in the upper echelons. The lack of institutional safety norms at medical establishments against both violence and sexual violence against medical professionals is a matter of serious concern. While gendered violence is the source of more malevolent manifestations of the structural deficiencies in public health institutions, the lack of safety is of concern to all medical professionals. Preserving safe conditions of work is central to realizing equality of opportunity to every working professional. This is not just a matter of protecting doctors. Their safety and well-being as health providers is a matter of national interest.
आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें। मानवता की यही पुकार, महिलाओं का हो सत्कार, मानवता की यही पुकार, महिलाओं का हो सत्कार। We want justice, we want justice, we want justice, we want justice। आए दिन नई नई वारदातें होती हैं। बजाय कानून व्यवस्था को सुधारने के एक बयान आता है महिला मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से कि मेरी सलाह है कि रात को लड़कियां अकेले ना निकलें। अध्यक्ष जी, कल रात जो घटना घटी वो रात्रि 9:30 बजे की है और महिला अकेली नहीं थी, उसके साथ उसका पुरुष मित्र भी था। तो ना तो घटना देर रात की है और ना लड़की अकेले थी। 23 बरस की फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट महिला 9:30 बजे एक बस में बैठती है द्वारिका जाने के लिए, और अंदर जो बैठे हैं उनमें से कोई भी यात्री नहीं है। वो एक तरह का नापाक इरादा लेकर बैठे हैं। वो उस महिला के साथ छेड़खानी करते हैं। उसका
Basic needs of sanitation, nutrition, hygiene, and rest are lacking. There is an absence of uniformity in terms of a standard national protocol. The fear of retribution prevents most healthcare professionals from questioning the absence of facilities for basic well-being. C. Lack of security personnel in medical care units is more of a norm than an exception. More often than not, medical professionals, which includes young resident doctors,